Alright, I think I'm all set, so let's go. Who've we got here? Mr. G, Crazy UK, Indie Magic Night. Thank you for the host, Sandy. Foray, Amok, Andira, Prince Phase, Steps, how it goes? Yeah, so it's Jammer's turn for music tonight. Hey, Dogster, welcome to the stream. Let me just clear all my notifications on my phone and I don't miss anything. So today I've been messing with the 1571 drive, which is over. I put it back on the shelf. I don't know why I did the text to speech at the same time. Thanks for the sub, Andy. Pull your finger out, and it took Hayes 5 months to make his game. Yeah. This is a bit different though. This is got quite a lot more in it. And thanks for the resub, Amok, as well. 11 months, wow. Thank you very much. Oh, something gone wrong with my wine here. Top of the captain. So this is New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc. I seem to be getting a lot of New Zealand Sauvignon Blancs. They're quite nice. Oyster Bay. It's a cheap one, but it's quite nice. I'm not saying my game is better than Hayes' at all. What I'm saying is there's a lot more technically going on inside it. As you very well know, Andy. Okay, right, so Flubit should be connected now. Let me see where we're at. So what I wanted to try and do tonight... Oh, that's big. There we go. What I wanted to try and do tonight was get the... well, two things, hopefully, if things go well. I want to try and get the bar transition in place. Because that's kind of the missing piece for the intro transition that we've already got. So we've got this bit here. I want to get the yellow bar transition in place for this as well, because then that kind of finishes off what I need for this and also creates the proper outro bit as well. Near down a bit, you can't see the lower part of my face. There we go. Is that better? Technically I have less code than Hayes, yeah, I'm not sure how he managed to fill up the memory so quickly. Yeah, Sid should be playing. It's Jammer Sid, so some of the Jammer Sids use quite a lot of samples, so they might be a bit quieter than other ones. Skip to the next one. I'll give it a tiny bit more volume, but I don't want to make it too loud. Hey, my command. Yeah, it is a bit quiet, isn't it? Cool. All right. Yeah, and then if we get the bar transitions in place, I'd like to start looking at compression, because we're using quite a lot of memory now. While we do have a bit free here, we have about 4 kilobytes or so free here between this label and the generated warp sprites. I want to start kind of compressing map data, because at the moment 2 maps is taking up just over 1 kilobyte, so I kind of want to try and start cramming that down, because the room from the 16 kilobytes from 8000 to C1000 I've reserved specifically for maps, so I'd like to see how small we can get those maps because that will obviously free up more memory. But also I want to try and use some of the other room around here for stuff as well. So I'd like to try and compress in-game stuff so that it can be unpacked when the game is on, and so on and so on. So okay, right. So in order to do this, we need to, well, first of all I need to open the other project that I had. I can't remember which one it was. It was one of these transition, this one. And basically I need to try and convert this so that it can work inside our game. So first of all I'm going to run this and just take a look at what the memory usage is for this at the moment. Okay, so this is using not that much actually. It's using 8. It's using about 2 kilobytes, so that's not too bad. We can probably squeeze that in probably at the end of the map data. It does need 2 sprites, but that's fine as well. We have 2 sprites that we can use, so if you remember, when we do, oh, that's not the right project. Sets, sprites, can't remember which one it is. Yeah, so remember we've got these 2 sprites here. Now these 2 sprites are used for the absorb, so when a player, so this is player 1's absorb sprite, this is player 2's absorb sprite. So these 2 sprites are free to do what we want when we're not in the game, which is, the transition will always happen when these sprites are free. So we can use these 2 sprites here for that. I think 2 is all we need. It looks like we need more actually here. It looks like we need 3. But that's fine. We can sort that out in a minute. Let me think. Yeah, we can figure that out in a second. I think the first thing to do is to just get this converted into a space that we can use. Now, first thing I want to do is check if there's any lines in here, because that will increase the amount of memory that we use. So I'm going to try and rate. Yeah, so there's an align here. So I'm going to put a little. I'm going to move that to here, just to see where this actually. Because at the moment it's aligning to OB100. But I want to see just how much space that actually is shifting to do this. Okay, so quite a lot actually, so we can squeeze a little bit more out if we move some stuff into this location here, or we move some stuff out of here to somewhere else. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to move these. Actually, I'm going to move all of those from here right to here. I'm going to put those here. Actually, let me just do, because I'm going to keep that there, just so I can see where it's up to. And then what we're going to do is we're going to try and transpose this somewhere into our code, and then try and set up the transition file that we've got already to use this. Oh yeah, I think blue probably looks the best. I think I mean I can pick different colours, but I think blue probably looks the best. Yeah. Need longer days, yeah. Oh god, it's warm in here. Red light gives the wrong idea, yeah. Yeah, red light looks wrong anyway, but yeah, it does give the wrong idea as well. Okay, so that's a little bit better. We're using less memory now, so it's down to OD08. So we're using, with a gap here, we've still got a gap here, so we can still fill some stuff in there as well. Let's have a look, see if there's anything else we can put in there. So we do have some IRQ tables, so we can probably move those. Previous index. Just try and squeeze everything I can into this gap here, and then we should see this value here reduce over time. So do this. Yep, so we've still got a little bit of room, and we've reduced it down now, so we're using just over 1K now. The effect is still the same. There is still a little bit of glitching going on here, but I think for now it will do. I can polish this up later. I think for the transition it'll still look fine for now. Let's see if there's anything else we can shift into that gap. Okay, so we've got some details there that we can move. Xbox temp that we can move. Timer we can move. And the sprite data, which we can't move. We just need to work out where the hell that's going to be when we're done. Okay, so we've still got a tiny little bit of room here. It's about 48 bytes, and maybe we can move another function into there as well. But for now, I'm going to leave it as it is because I may need that room for doing some tweaks later on. So I'm going to position this block of code now into our existing code. But in a location that will sit right at the end of map data, and I'll use 5 pages. So I'll go from, well, in the case of here, it would be going from OAOE to OCD7. So I'll extend that out so it fills full pages, and that gives me a bit of room to do some stuff later on. Okay, so let's just go back to the game a second. Let's see if we can figure out where to fit that. So we do have a file called transitions, which is this one here. I'm not going to put it in that. I'm going to create another transition file. I'm going to call this transition bars. The reason I'm doing it separate is so that I can import it into a different location in memory. And I'm going to put that... where should I put that actually? Because I kind of want this to fit neatly. That assets. I'm going to put it here. And the reason I'm putting it here is so I can specify the exact address here. So we've got some room between 8000 and C1000. We've got 16 kilobytes. So I'm going to take about just over a kilobyte at the end of that. So I'm going to put it at B00, I think. And that's where I'm going to import it. And hopefully that's enough room. And then we'll use the transition file to set up the IRQs that we need for this. We might have to reduce some of this code down a little bit. Well, that's what this is all about, I guess. And we're going to need some code that's going to copy this block of, some of this block, the first third of this block of enemy sprites, into low page memory, into what is essentially the original screen RAM, and then put it back when it's finished. Because we need 2 screens in order to do this transition properly. Okay, so let's create a transition bars file. Oops, so actually type that in the right place. I'm actually going to make this the namespace here as well, because I think this needs to be in a namespace just in case there's any conflicts. I don't want there to be any conflicts with stuff. Okay, so we're going to import this. and that is being imported now. So now we need to look through this file and figure out what to import. In fact, let's start by just grabbing everything and stripping it down. So let's put it in here like that. Okay, so sprite data, we're not going to need that. That's going to have to be done manually, which I'll do in a minute. But we are going to need everything else in here. So let's just go through and indent everything properly and make sure things are done correctly. So we're not going to need the basic upstart. The entry is now probably going to be called something else, but let's just wrap it in a block for now and indent it. So, and sprite pointers are now going to point to C3FA and C7FA because that's where our screens are. And the banks are going to have to change as well. So I need to figure out what these banks are and get them updated. Yeah, so I was going to play some C64 games from discs tonight, but I don't have enough confidence that the games that do work will work all the way to the end. So, hey, welcome to the stream, dude. So the only games I managed to get working today were Turrican 1, Turrican 2. In fact, that was it, Turrican 1 and Turrican 2. License to Kill I almost got working, but it would crash at various places. So I don't know what to do. I don't know whether it's the discs that are bad. I'm assuming that it is the discs because I think they just deteriorate really quickly. So I've got a few more discs coming, so I'll try it on a couple more. But I did have some problems with a freshly burnt disc as well. So I've got some brand new 3M discs that you can probably see at the back. Actually, you can't on the camera, but there's some boxes of 3M discs that I've used in the past and never had a problem with. But for some reason, they wouldn't work in that drive today. So a little bit of me is a bit dubious of that drive. I did take it apart and clean the heads on it. But I don't know. But yeah, the Turrican discs load, yeah. But I've only loaded to the intro. I've not loaded past that. So I don't really want to get 2 hours into a game for it to crash on me. So we'll see how it goes. I might just end up buying a 1541 drive, just one that I know has been tested and works well. Just to retest those discs, just to make sure it's not the drive. And because it wouldn't hurt to have a 1541 anyway. Yeah, the Rainbow Island disc definitely seems fucked. So I cleaned the drive and the disc, and I still have problems with it. So I don't know what to do there. I'll work that out at some point. But for now, I don't know what I'm going to play tonight. It's going to be something. Something probably on the PC Engine or the GameCube or the Game Boy Player, one of the two. Yeah, I'm not in a hurry for it, but I do want to get a 1541 anyway. My last 1541 is broken. It's in a box here. I do need to fix it, but it's the original model 1541, and I've got two of them. I've got one that I bought broken for spare parts, and then I've got one that broke after a while. So, but I've tested the broken, the one that broke while in my possession, and I can't see anything wrong with it up front. So I'm assuming it's one of the drive mechanisms or something is broken. So I could try swapping out the one from the original, but I want to get a 1541 Mark II anyway. So yeah, they go for like 60-70 pounds, don't they, unfortunately. But I mean, lockdown is being the 1541 is much better. It's a much better reliability than the original. I don't know if they've changed the text to speech, but it seems to play at the same time as the sub alert now. I don't know if that's deliberate or not, but I also noticed that the when you share your Twitch link now, it shares your profile description rather than your stream description. So they've been making some changes. Thank you for the resub. Cheers. Luna 2 planned for Halloween. Oh god, Halloween's not that far off really when you think about it. We're yeah, but 5 months away or so. Oh, TTS works for bits but talks over sub alerts. Okay. That'd be why then. That's annoying, isn't it? I mean, that just seems like a bug in their code. Is Luna 2 planned for Halloween? I don't know. I think if I was to do Luna 2, I'd want to do it four-way scrolling rather than just horizontal. Not entirely sure how that would work, but thanks for the sub, Logica464. You're an Amstrad fan then? Or do you just own 4 Commodores? Yeah, Streamlad's bug. Okay, so what is this actually doing? Okay, so this one is changing the pointer to screen memory, which is the bit that we need. And this one is changing the font. So the font change doesn't matter because we can have whatever we want there. It really doesn't matter. We're not using the font anywhere on the screen at that point. I think the only reason I have it defined is because I'm actually setting it using these values directly. So I think it's probably just pointing to normal charm. Hey C64 site, thank you for the gift sub there, Emma, and welcome to the sub C64 Mark. 464 includes 61. Okay, good. Time with an idea to play Luma tomorrow. Oh, from the tape. Yeah, I got my tape finally. I don't want to open it though, and it sounds stupid, but I really kind of want to keep it in its wrapper. I don't really want to mess with it too much. Let me just check what that is. Okay, it's nothing I need to worry about. Okay, cool. Right, so at the moment this is pointing to 1000 to 17FF, which is the character ROM. So I might as well point it to this character set here. So that'd be 110. So just change these two on the end. And then I need to make it point to the first 2 screens in this bit, in this bank. So that will be 0, 0, 0, 1. So 0, 0, 0, 1. 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. Is that right? Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay. Okay, so that's these 2 sorted. Entry. So entry really, this is going to be something different. So this is going to be like an initialization. We do have a loop here, which I will come to. I'm gonna change this to return from this bit, and I'm gonna call this update. Update direction. Okay, I need to have a think about how this is going to work, but update probably wants to be removed. Okay, so entry is now going to be initialized, and then I think everything after that is to do with setting the screen up. So initialize the screen is copying. This is just copying data. So this was making sure that we had the original basic start screen. I'm setting background border color and setting the initial bank, I think.
Hatch or what?
Oh, hype train, I missed that completely. Thank you, Steps, for the bits. It's because I'm looking at the other one, the other screen. And hey, Red Fox creates. Shannon 58, that random number code you put in Discord, is that solid? I find more empty cement crates spawn beside my code, so more cement spawn. If I set to 50, it's completely unbalanced to lower numbers. I haven't actually looked at the distribution of it. It's kind of okay for what I need it to do. It depends what you're trying, how you're actually using it, I guess. But it's all in the numbers with timers twice, so I would be surprised if it wasn't evenly distributed. It certainly should be. I mean, if you are using the random number in random places at random times, you can probably take you could probably take the timer stuff out, and then you would guarantee that you'd get every number at least once. And yeah, the distribution won't be even, but it should be. Oh, there you go. I ran a test on your random because 50-50 split over wonders. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I would expect it to give a fairly even distribution of numbers over many iterations. It could just be down to how you're using the random as well. So if you're, for instance, try to think of an example which would cause problems here. I can't think of offhand. I'd have to have a look at how you're actually using it. If you want to drop in Discord what you're actually using to select, in combination with the random function to select whether or not your cement is working or not, I can take a look after the stream or tomorrow or something and see if I can spot the issue. I mean, yeah, I doubt it would be 50-50 exactly, but it should be fairly close to that. Okay, so actually init screen we don't need any of. Actually, there's no RTS at the end of here because it jumped straight into init sprites. Okay, so jumps through init screen and init sprites. Okay, so we only really need to do the init sprites, and actually this didn't have an RTS in, so this was going through this, doing this, and then doing this again, which is interesting. So we don't need that, I think. So we're at animate bars. Okay, so we have to call the animate bars function once, which is this bit here, which is fine. I don't think we need to do anything with that. All of these lookups should remain the same. That can still be aligned. I'm going to tab everything now. Thanks for the bits, Duckster. You test for more than 128 and less than 128. Okay. Yeah, 50-50. Well, 50-50 on any of the bits, really. It doesn't matter if it's the highest or the lowest or not. If you're getting... If you deliberately want to check for an even distribution of more than 128 and less than 128, then yes, the high bit. But if you're just checking for even distribution, then you can just check any of the bits, really. Okay, so init update, init sprites is this one here. I can indent that. I just want to make everything nice and neat. Indent absolutely everything. It's quite a long file, this. So let's have a look at the start function now. Let's have a look at transition as well. So what happens when we start that transition? So it is quite simple, I think. I think we actually have a routine to do it. Yeah, we have transition in, transition in. Okay. transition. Where's transition? Is that it? No. Title card. Okay. I think transition is something else, isn't it? This is our. Yeah, this is our pixelization thing. So we don't need that. If we need to remove that at some point, so it's this one instead. So you can see indeed that this is setting up the CIAs and the rasters and stuff. So we do need to do this in our transition in here, which we kind of are doing partly, but we weren't enabling the raster. So we'll do that. I'm going to get rid of that because that should already be done, which is setting the IRQs, setting the memory banking. Do need to set this, but based on that and that, not FFF and FFE. These are fine. These are fine. Okay, so now I need to go and just check in the IRQs. These pointers need to be changed. Okay, let's do that. Sprite point was 1, sprite point was 2. I mean, what we see is going to be completely wrong here, but yeah, like I said, I'd be very surprised if it wasn't a fairly even distribution. I mean, I'd definitely be surprised if it was exactly 50-50, but it should be pretty close to 50-50 in most cases. We're given enough of a sample size. Let's raster. There we go. Q speed. I think that's the only place I actually set those, other than at the top, so that should be fine. Okay, and then this update is, we need to call this once per frame, I guess. We do have a frame timer somewhere, I think, somewhere in all of this. Well, actually, no, we don't. It's interesting. Oh, we do have it there. Okay. Okay, so what I want this to do now is when we call update, instead of going back to loop, we'll go to exit here. So just have a look at this. Okay, this is direction. I don't care about the direction. That is going to be set ahead of time anyway. So that probably needs to be removed. Yeah, I need to think about how we do this. Okay, so where's it actually updating the positions? Let's not call this and let's just see what happens. So I am going to right here. So before we do the intro transition, actually I can do it in the transition in. So transition in. So at this point, I'm just going to jump to the same spot. But first of all, I'm going to jump to transition bars. There we Okay, cool. So it did move across, which is good. So let's try setting the sprites for those things. So the other thing we're going to need in the transition bars function, which fits quite neatly into that area of memory actually. But I am going to knock it back one because I think I'm going to knock it back one page because I think I need a little bit more room. Should still give us plenty of room. Okay. What's the reason for all the sequential NOPs? Look more compact. A loop. Yeah, possibly. So the reason for the NOPs in here is just because I was trying to get the timing right. Where is it? These ones here. I was trying to get the timing right for this specific effect. And I don't put a loop in until I know what. So when the timing's done, yeah, then yes, I'll probably change this for things. But I'm still messing around with the timing on this. Yeah, as Andy says, for testing, it's nice and simple. I do have to mess around with this quite a lot still. There's still a few bugs in here, so well, not bugs, but kind of graphical glitches that I want to iron out. Scan the train. I completely missed the train. I don't know what happened with it or anything. You need to use a random number generator for more than just the cement, so I need to figure out why it's so stacked at the low end. Okay, so there's two things you need to do. First of all, you need to work out what the distribution is. So have it output some numbers into memory, sequentially into memory. Just fill up memory with numbers from the random number generator, and then output that into a output that from Vice, so like copy paste it from Vice into a spreadsheet, something, create a graph, have a look at distribution. But then what you can also do is look at the flow from number to number. So you need to plot a line graph basically. So put all the numbers in a row and just join them up. So put them on the y-axis, which numbers they are, and then just join them up. And hopefully it should just look like a noise. If it kind of follows a pattern, then you know there's something wrong. Because it could be what's happening is whenever you grab a number, it's at a certain point in a pattern. So you might have a problem there. But yeah, I mean, definitely. Oh, that's a good point, actually. What is your initial seed that you're using? AFXBTB, thank you for the follow, dude. Because the initial seed does have... Actually, no, it doesn't have an impact on it at all. It's the number you EOR with that has the impact. So you should be using EOR with I think it's 29 1D. So if you're EOR with that, then you should hit every single number at some point, even if you don't use the timers. The timers almost guarantee that you will. You could just try taking the timers out. I mean, it might be that you don't need the timers. It might be that you don't need that level. It might be that you don't need that level of noise in the random numbers because you're using it for more than one thing at different places. You can probably get away with not using the timers. So the two lines, I think it's DC0D and DD0D, to the EOR DC0D, EOR DD0D. Just take those two lines out and give it another try. You might find that the numbers are a bit more kind of, well, they'll be more repetitive. There will be a 256 byte pattern, but you will guarantee that you hit every single number. So within that 256 bytes, so you might see a better distribution for what you need. That's right. Terrible joke. That's Ackmuffin levels jokes. That was my little inhaler. Okay. So I think what I need to do next is set the sprites up. So I've moved this code down into a lower area of memory, which gives me a little bit more memory to mess around with here. The reason I'm going to do that is because I need to set something up here. Is it going to be in the init? I think it is going to be in the init, actually. So what we need to do before any of this happens is we need to back up the sprite. Are we switching screens? We are switching screens. So we need to back up the sprite sprites at C400 to C7FF. Then we will back up 000 to 0400 to 07FF. And then when we've done that, we will need to duplicate screen data to from C00 to C400. Now we can kind of do this all in one go, I think. So if we take an index of 0 and then we just load data from here and store it here, and then also at the same time take data from here and store that at C400. That should duplicate 256 bytes there, so we just need to copy that. In fact, I'm going to use a click assembly directive to do this. Oops. It just makes it a little bit neater, a bit easier to look at than just a block of commands. This kind of makes more sense. It also kind of explains what's going on a little bit better as well. Decrease X, and if it's not equal, we'll jump back to that. That shouldn't be more from S3, so it's 12. Yeah, it shouldn't be more, it should be fine. You can't use that memory clock as we'll use it. Yeah, I'm very tempted to fill the stack memory in as well. Actually, I call random init every time a new game starts. No, yes, call it only once, because every time you call that, it's going to reset the seed. Actually, no, it's not going to reset your seed, but it will reset the timers. Actually, it shouldn't matter that much, I wouldn't have thought, because it doesn't affect the seed, and you've got timers injected into it, so it shouldn't matter. But I mean, yeah, you do only need to call it at the beginning of the when the game launches, not after. Okay, so this is doing both of those things now. And so the only other thing we need to do is make sure that we have sprites in those locations. So I'm going to load this in the debugger and just going to have a look at what we've got in memory at that point, because I'm struggling to remember what's at that location byte-wise. So it looks like we've got reserved for intro sprites. Okay, so we do have a spot for sprites there, but we're using those. We've got the dynamic absorb frames. So what are actually the sprites that we need to put in here? Let's have a look. Okay, so we've got completely full, completely empty, and what looks like a multicolor sprite of some kind. Let's just have a look if that's actually being used somewhere, because I feel like that's probably not. Oh no, it's being used there for some reason. Interesting. Oh, of course, we're using multicolor because we don't want to change the color of every sprite at the same time. We just want to change the multicolor so they all change individually. So maybe this one is not being used. So this is FE, this is FF. So let's see if I can find where FE is being used. because I think this is the one that is going to be set into the other sprite pointers. It's not being used anywhere according to this. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so this is picking which one gets stored at the pointers. And then FD is the one that's not being used. Okay, so we can just put 2 sprites into these locations, which is these ones here. So what we need to do as part of the setup, seed, yeah, the seed doesn't matter either. So we just need to do another loop here. So this is going to be initialize the sprite data, and this is going to sit at the end of any RAM. So let me just see where the hell that was done. Enemy sprite. So is it that one? I think it's C400. So let me just check. Enemy sprite C400. Okay, which is this one here, 48 sprites. So these will actually sit at C. Okay, this would be CF80. So we'll do another loop here. We'll do this loop backwards just to save a little bit of memory. And this will be, this to be 2. So this will go at CF80.x, and then this one will be, in fact, let's do it like this with those sprite data. And that's going to go at CF60.x. Increase x, which plus minus. Okay, so now when we're finished with this routine, we need to restore the stuff here. We won't need to do anything with this. This can remain as it is, but because this is just, these are kind of editable sprites anyway. Once before each game or hurt. It really shouldn't make, well, actually, yeah, if you reset the timers, each new game will probably follow the same pattern roughly, but it depends on a lot of things. So for instance, one of the things that Jace found while he was doing the task runs of Luna is that little changes in what you do, in how you control the player, affect the random number that comes out. And the reason for that is that you call the random, say, you do your player update, you do your sprite drawing, you do a load of things, and then you do get random number. So if you did the random number first at the top of the list, at the very first thing you did, you set an IRQ at line 20 or whatever, and then you immediately grab a random number. Sorry, not Luma, in Luna. You immediately grab a random number, then that number can't really be affected. That no matter what you do, that random number will always pretty much be the same, given the same pass. And what tool-assisted speedrun tools let you do is rewind a little bit, make small changes, press play again, rewind a little bit, you make small changes. And what he found is that if you change the way you control things, then the amount of code that gets run changes. And because the amount of code that run changes, the timer that gets exclusive ORed with the random number changes. So by what he would do is he flies kind of over to the right hand side of the screen, and if the map that gets drawn randomly as it comes on is not what he wants it to be, he'd rewind it a little bit and then just change his behavior slightly. So instead of pulling to the right, he might push up a little bit, and he'd keep changing that until he got the scenery that he wanted to come on. So he's actually controlling how the map draws based on the number of cycles before the random number gets called. So yeah, it's interesting. Depends on where you put it as well. So that could be another thing as well. Try moving the random call to somewhere else. If you're doing it first thing in a frame, change it so it's the last thing you do in a frame, and then all that code that happens before it will change the random number that comes out the other side. But it's really interesting if you want to see how that works. If you follow Jace, I'll just shout out Jace on here actually. He's been doing he'd been doing some I think that's him anyway. I didn't know he was played Silent Hill. I'm just going to check now. Yeah, this is him. Yeah. So if you go and check out his streams and his VODs, you'll see he does some 2 assisted speedruns of Luna, and he's managed to get to wave 256 with 100% enemy killing as well, which is really cool. I mean, it's tool assisted, so it's not. I don't think any human can ever do it, but he's shown that it is technically possible to do it. Yeah, sorry, Luna, not Luma. I get. See, I'm a victim of my own kind of stupidity, really. Here, I'm not sure what that's a good point. If we do a game for Halloween, I can't really do Luna 2. It has to be a variation on Luma. So it either has to be Lump or Puma. Now it can behave like Luna. Lunark. Yeah. I'm not. Oh, don't start with Lunark as well. Bloody hell. Tuna. There's. Have you seriously got a tuna? Please tell me that's actually called tuna as well. That'd be hilarious. No, okay. But you knew you had it though. That's the crazy thing. Let's just give this a quick check, see what's going to happen. I think this is probably still going to look wrong because I'm not setting any of the right sprite pointers yet. And then I'm going to go for a quick break. Okay, yeah, we're not setting any of it. But you can see that the transition is kind of doing what it should be doing. Yeah, someone has been investigating how Luna works. Yeah, Jace, that's what he's been doing. So he spoke to me a lot while he was doing the test to try and get some information about how things were. So I put it into the source code and stuff. Yeah, it is going to be a C64 game. Yeah, and I don't see why it couldn't be as well. It's definitely doable. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. If they can do Prince of Persia, then they can do it. They can do Lunark, no problem. All right, I'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes, guys. Be right back. And I'm back. Yeah, they have been talking to Joanne quite a lot, actually. Yeah, and there's some jokes about Creature 3. Gato Roboto, yeah, I actually did a mock-up of that. I'll have to find that. I did a mock-up of that a while ago in Charpad. It's definitely possible. I was trying to think how it could be done, and I definitely think it could be done. But I was busy with other stuff, so I didn't take it any further. Okay, forgot what I was doing. Sprite pointers, that's it. Okay, so I need to make these sprite pointers point to the right places now. So instead of FF and FE, they need to be 3F and 3E, which is here, 3F, and then in here they need to be 3E, 3F. Let's have a look what that does. Okay, cool. So we've actually got that working, which is surprising. I am going to put right at the beginning a border colour, background colour blue. I'm going to put that to black to begin with. Why didn't it go black? Background colour black, okay. And then something else must be setting it to blue somewhere. Oh, it's setting it in here, that's why. Part of our initialization of this is that I wanted it to have the same border colour. I've not seen it. Oh, maybe it doesn't then. Let's just have a look. So we've got one border colour, one background colour change here. RQ cell, transition in. Transition in. Okay, initialize. That's not doing it. Transition bars in it. So I just thought it would have been here, but it doesn't look like it's in here either. Also in its sprites and animate bars. Okay, let's check these out. Okay, we do have an increment in here we don't need anymore, but this function isn't being called, so it should be fine. D020. Okay, let me just try setting a value here. I really don't want that to stay there, so it's probably going to move. Oh, that's border. I want background. Okay, cool. So that's going to happen, and then at this point, as soon as this is finished, we need to trigger something to say that we're done. So I think when we call transition in, what should happen, instead of this happening, this routine here should not exit until it's finished. So if I go in here and do the init, it returns here. So what I want to do instead is have a look at old animation date direction. Okay, I think I can do it with this. Let's have a look. So let's create a little loop here. So okay, it's kind of right, but obviously we need to clean up the sprites when we're finished here as well, and set the double width back to normal as well. So the last thing we need to do here is we need to turn off all the sprites and also set the double width to 0 as well. So it's D01B, I think, or something. No, I always get this one wrong. D01D. There we go. Okay, so those sprites didn't appear on this side. Okay. So let's try setting specifically in the initialize, type card initialize, which is this one here. Okay, so D015 here is not being set. Okay, so let's set that specifically to the values that we need in here. So that will be, let's do it like this. 6.1. Does that have a border? I think the border, sorry, not the border, the scroll values changed. Yes, they did. Okay, so we need to set those scroll values as well. So at the beginning of this, we also need to set, so at this point here, D016 needs to be set to have D016. God, the headphones running out already. That's what, an hour and 15 minutes. That's kind of ridiculous. Is that working? I'm going to replay one of my alerts just to make sure. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, D016. So I need to set 38 column mode, so it's bit 3. Yeah, to be honest, I still want a better solution than this with the headphones. I need to have this in because otherwise I will miss the alerts. I have got some over-ear headphones, but they tend to make my ears too warm. This is a strange thing, I know, but it's true. That's what they do. So. Okay, still not seeing this sprite on this side. I'm going to run this in the debugger because I want to see what's actually happening here. It's almost like it's not showing the sprites on that side for some reason. And that did not run for some reason. Let's try again. Oh, that really doesn't want to run for some reason. So let me just detach everything because I have been doing some other stuff on here. Maybe it's getting confused. Okay, so we're not seeing. So we are seeing that sprite here, but we're not seeing the sprites down this side, which would imply that the IRQ that I should be using for this is not firing properly, for whatever reason. Mega 65 dev kit announcement. Ooh, okay. I might have to look into that. That sounds interesting. It's the high bit set. The listen. It's the high bit set. Well, no, because it's correct here, and you can see the sprites are here. I think that the IRQs aren't firing. I think that's what's going on here. I was surprised how easily those bars went in, actually. I thought it was going to be a lot more. Oh, you are fucking kidding me. Okay. The most expected C64 successor will have a developer kit available for pre-order next week. Okay. This is the limited run aimed at developers who want to start shaping the final machines. Okay. Includes a licensed. Okay, no announcement on price, but I will gladly buy one of these. How can I get an alert for that? I need to get some alerts out for that. Don't give me that. Give me these. Oh God, it does look so good, doesn't it? Okay, I think I'm just gonna have to keep an eye on that, but I'm gonna buy one of those, I think. Oh, is this the dev kit? Okay. It looks like they must be working with plexi laser, because that's a plexi laser case all over. Yeah, that's a plexi laser case, definitely. Okay, I'm not expecting that to ever see the light of day. Actually, is that... That's real, isn't it? That's not a render, that's an actual real kit, okay. No, that's an actual keyboard as well. Because if you look at that, that's got all the Commodore stuff on it as well, and that's not a... Yeah, it's not a C128 keyboard. That's a specific keyboard. Well, there'll be FPGA SIDs, I think. I'd be surprised if they're... It doesn't look like they've got room on the board for... Yeah, there's no SID sockets on there, so... Must be FPGA. Yeah, if anybody sees that those go up for sale, please let me know, because I'm going to order one of those. That would be an interesting stream, actually. And if I do manage to get one, the day I get one, I will stream and do an unboxing. I would like to make something. It's 6502, I believe. It might be 65C02, but I believe it's still 6502. Which will come first, Mega 65 or Creatures 3? Place your bets. Maybe it's a launch exclusive. Okay, what was I doing? I was trying to figure out why those sprites aren't appearing. So if I don't set that value there, which is the horizontal, okay, so you can see the double wide going on down here. Actually, that looks quite nice, but you can see a sprite here, but we're not getting anything there. But we did get something. When it just fell through and didn't do this. So maybe it's the sprite numbers are wrong. Oh, it is the sprite numbers are wrong because it's these two sprites, not those two sprites. Okay, cool, which means I just need to set those values in here again. Oh, double height as well is wrong. I need to get rid of those. Oh, a DOM raid! I need to move my fan closer. Pretty warm. Hey Dom, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid, dude. How you going? I saw you were streaming some C64 tonight, but I was too busy chatting away to one of my relatives, so didn't have a chance to drop in and have a look. What was it you were playing again? It was oh god, I can't remember. Terry or something. I'm sure you'll remind me, but yeah. Welcome everyone that's come along with Dom. I'm Shalom50k and we're coding C64 games tonight. Actually, we're coding C64 games every night pretty much. I've still got a C128 back there, so on the bottom shelf there, just behind the PS Vita, C128. And that's earmarked for Haze at some point. I actually plugged it in today and gave it a quick test with the drive just to see if there was a problem with my Ultimate. Terry's Big Adventure, that was it, yeah. but it's just sat there waiting. It will be posted out to Hayes when I pluck up the courage to actually go to the post office. It will be the biggest journey I've done in a long time, so right, I'm gonna whack the fan up another level. I believe it's an 8580 inside that. I believe, anyway. I think they all are 8580s. Yeah, that's true. You could just drive around and pick it up, but then again, the problem is my girlfriend is very much isolating like crazy. Like no one has come through that front door in 4 months or so. So I don't know. We'd have to arrange something. Because I live in a block of flats as well, so it's not even that simple. But we can sort something out. I don't suppose if you're not in a rush for it, then it's fine. Okay, so I need to set the 01D. Oh, that's it. I need to set the vertical thing as well, which is I can't even remember which one it is. Double width, double height. It's down here. D017. Yeah. Oh, in the C12A. Oh, I missed that actually. Did that transition work? Oh, interesting. It doesn't work every time. In fact, it's completely broken, right? Okay, that's interesting. But that seemed to do what I wanted it to do, which is good. And so the other side of it is on the way out instead of jumping straight into the game. So we'll do that now. If you got the time, check out what's inside. Yeah, I'll open it up before I send it off to Hayes. I'm pretty sure it's an 8580, but I might be wrong. It was certainly at the time when they were making 580s, so... Oh! Invisible enemies now, so that's something we need to fix. Well, that's just part of the transition. Okay, so... when we press fire... So this side of it is right, but when we press fire, it now needs to do... now it needs to do some other stuff. So what it needs to do first, so transition in, transition out. So the transition out needs to move all the. Let me think about this. Let's go into title card. Oh, this actually needs to have... Wait, how did that... Oh, because transition bars in knit doesn't exit until it's finished. Okay. So likewise, we need to set some values in here. So we have a direction value which needs to be set. So in the update function here, we have the update direction, and that was either going to be 0 or 1. So what I need to do is make sure that the update direction here is set to 0. And that will be... And then on transition out, it would be the other way around. And this would be after... It's complete, yeah, so it'd be there like that. Okay, so that wasn't right that time. So what actually happened there? Was that going the correct way? So if we definitely went the right way that way, and then at this point here, let me just put jump star in here, because what we should see is when the transition goes out, it should just be an empty yellow screen. Also, I need to figure out why it's doing that. Occasionally it just does that and nothing else. And I think that's to do with, well, it's obviously to do with this function here. And probably to do with these. So I'm actually going to set the interrupt up here instead. Move all this up here instead as well. I think it's just to do with the timing of those things. So we get that, which is correct. Okay, so when it transitions out, it's not actually finishing the transition properly. Let me start that again and slow it right down. Let's have a look what's happening. So that looked correct. There's a bit of a glitch down here, but it's generally correct. So slow it right down. Let's watch what happens. Okay, yeah, it kind of reverses and then breaks. So let's have a look at what's actually going on in the update function. Which is this one here. Okay, that should be fine. Maybe we need to reset that value. Yes, okay, the value is not being reset anymore. So our hold position, which is same time a change direction offset, no, finish count. That's not them ones. It's not those ones either. Okay. So we have our little tables that it's pulling the values from, so I just need to make sure it's going the right way around. Talking to... Trying to see why he's saying talking to. I don't know. I like the fact that saying Turkle 2. Still, it's one of my favourite games. Because it's awesome. Okay, what's the update? Animate bars. Right, offset. Is it this one? Bands by offset complex. Positions. Right. No, it's not that one either. Just trying to work out how it knows that the update's finished or not. I don't see. There should be an index. I was hoping there'd be an index into it here. I wonder what happens if I switch the transitions around. So instead of transitioning in, we'll do a transition out here instead. So see what happens, and we'll do it that way. See if it breaks both ways. Still getting that bug there. That's annoying. And it's only happening since I've added this section in, which makes me think there's something wrong in here. So we move the clear interrupted here. Although I'm surprised if any of that's causing an issue. Okay, so it just knows it's finished at that point. That's it still goes that way. All right. So I think the update direction is not actually doing anything here. So this was the original function. Where was it? This one here. This was just doing a loop. Change direction. Direction, and that just flips it. So it should be 0 or 1, pretty sure. So let's have a look at the RQ, see what happens in RQs. Okay, so split index is the value, is the position down the screen. Y values, yes. It has to be the animate bars, and it has to be this function. So this one here. Because if we ever look at this original version, oh no, this is a different I'm looking at the wrong transition, that's why. The bar transition is fine, it's the title card transition that's wrong. Okay, so that was correct. It's this that's wrong. Title card transition direction, title card initialize. Transition. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to load up this one up here. Okay, so yeah, I've only made changes in those two files, so why is that transition out being problematic? That's what I don't understand. So that's fine. That one is not fine. That one has a serious problem when it scrolls out for some reason. And therefore it's never triggering the next transition. Okay, so if I don't call this at all, does it work? No. Okay, so there is a bug there anyway. Let's have a look what that bug is. So something about the transaction direction being that breaks things. Let's go to initialize. So we got transaction direction. It's not actually being set in here anywhere. Wait, did this ever work then? It must have worked because we were getting... Hang on. If I put set interrupt flag here, which is correct. Okay, so the problem was not that it was broken, it's just that the IRQs are still running at this point, so we need to basically stop the IRQs and run this instead. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it like that. It's weird. Okay, so just need the bars to go the opposite way. Which I thought was that. Maybe it's that. It's probably the FF. It wasn't FF, okay. So I think it is 01. We're calling init again, which is maybe not ideal. So maybe something in here needs to not set those values. That's correct. And everything looks good here. Ah, change direction needs resetting. No. Let's get some. Just need more wine, that's all it is. This is alright, this wine. It's not as good as the other. I've got a bottle of the other stuff that I had last time in the fridge. Keeping cool for when I'm ready. Okay, so I mean that does have to be set. I'm going to set that down here so it makes more sense. In its sprites, is this something that is set up once positions? I mean, the border color change probably shouldn't be there anymore. The sprite should be turned on, but I'm not sure the pointers or the X and Y's should be set. So I am going to turn off all of those. Still got the issue there, but what I want to do is change this type card to actually use this transition now. I always knew this was going to be a bit too... Oh, that was weird. Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay, so these are wrong now because the sprite data is incorrect because we copied over it, so that's fine. We kind of half had that working then. I feel like something in here should be being set, but not everything. Sprite defaults X. I think the pointers, maybe. Let's get rid of those pointers. Okay, that wasn't smooth, but it kind of was there. That was smooth on the way back, but it had some issues. Okay, getting there. Why was there no smoothness on that? That's strange. Yeah, if I set those pointers, it suddenly becomes smooth. Oh! Oh, I think that worked. I think that worked. Getting that jam again there. Okay. Alright, we're getting there slowly, but we're introducing a couple of bugs along the way. So that was correct, that's correct, that's correct. I noticed when I press fire, it immediately just clears anything that's here. And then does that. There's a bit of a bug at the top of the screen. and the screen is yellow, whereas it actually what should be behind is this map. So let's do some updates now. So what we should see, if I call transition out, transition bars in it here, and then we kind of want it to hold here. We don't want it to actually animate straight away. What we want it to do is draw the screen behind it. So unfortunately what happens is in the inner, it comes in here and it just hangs here until it's done changing directions. So I am going to add something else. So as soon as it's drawn those sprites, we need it to draw the map behind it as well. Okay, so I am going to whatever's in the accumulator is going to say whether or not we need to immediately exit or wait. So in here, what we can do is on the transition out, which is this bit here, we can immediately draw the map. So if I just move that to here, I'm hoping what we will see is it reveal the map behind it. No, we get a jam. Okay, so why are we getting a jam? Probably because of the push accumulator. But the map is there. Okay, so it was kind of doing the right thing. I'm missing loads of stuff, aren't I? YouTube here on the C64 single screen races. Oh, I've just one of the games I've ordered actually on disc is Iron Man Off-Road Racer for the C64, which I absolutely loved. So I look forward to getting that. Hopefully, it's as good as I remember. Well, that's a fun little game. Hopefully, that works. Yeah, it's a good game, isn't it? I really enjoyed that. I remember that getting that the demo of that on I think it was a Commodore format, one of the early Commodore format tapes. It might have been like number 1 or number 2 before they actually came in the power pack cases. They were just they came in like a cut-out cardboard sleeve, and I played it to death. It was just one level, and I played it to death. So as soon as I could get the game, I did. Oh, and it was so good in the arcade as well. You've been doing car physics in assembler. Oh my god. I can't imagine trying to do that. I mean, I'm sure it could be done. I'm sure I could do it, but I wouldn't want to do it, so... Okay, so I want to know why it's crashing at this point, so I'm going to put a jump in here and see if it is actually crashing there or if it's crashing somewhere else. I have a funny feeling it's crashing before it gets to that. Oh no, it is actually crashing here, it would look like. So I'm going to put the thing here. See if that reveals the correct map. Because maybe we just need to set the IRQs up at this point. Okay, so there's a definite problem with it drawing the map. It seems to break the IRQs for some reason. There's a jam in our code, in the transition code. So I'm going to go and take a look at it's drawn the map. I mean, it's not in multicolour and the background colour is wrong, but it's kind of there. So thank you, Virus020. Welcome to the stream, dude. It's not looking like we're going to get onto compression anytime soon, but, well, I don't know, actually. It's not that much to do, and then I've got a transition working. How are we doing on wide? Where's my little inhaler thing? I used to use Notepad++ a long time ago. I couldn't use it for this. It would drive me mad trying to do assembly in it, but each to their own, I guess. Oh, pardon me. So, something about drawing the map is causing us problems. Initialize the map self mod. Okay, so it's a self mod thing here. Could possibly be the problem. But it seems to be that this routine is kind of working. Oh, what's this buffer? Wait a minute. We've got a screen buffer somewhere. Shit, where did we put that? Aha! That's the problem. Okay, so we can't use that area of memory because that's used as a screen buffer. So actually, I need to move that code down. That's what's causing the problem. Okay, so we're getting less and less room for levels. But this is fine because this is why I need to get the compression in. Okay, I don't think that actually revealed the map properly. So if I'm just going to put some kind of temporary code in here to set everything up, but we may need to kind of just shift this code to somewhere else, probably in map loader, kind of map setup or something. So I'm going to set the background color to that. I'm going to look. I have a funny feeling it's in player for some reason. Just because I know I put a load of crap in here that probably shouldn't have gone in here. Yes, I did indeed. So this is probably going to end up being a kind of a map redraw function. So instead of calling map loader, we'll call map redraw, which will set a lot of these variables, and hopefully, well, there's multicolor mode. Is that D016? I think it is D016. D016, yeah. So where's the stuff in there? So this bit here, yeah. I'm going to literally just do that one line item and get rid of the and. This definitely needs moving. I don't like where this is at the moment. But I'm hoping. Okay, why is it not? It still feels like there's gaps. Well, there definitely is gaps in this. Multicolor mode is definitely not enabled. and the colours don't look right either. So maybe the draw map is not the entirety of it. Maybe there's a little bit more to this. Well, there's definitely HUD initialize. Let's put that up there. Although I have a funny feeling that's going to rely on a split being in place. So. Yeah. It's missing entire lines for some reason. Oh, I know why. It's because we actually need to do something else in here as well, because we're using two screens. Where is it? Because we're using two screens to do the map draw, we actually need to copy the stuff from. Yeah, this is going to have to be all timed properly. The timing is really bad here at the moment. So this is the problem. We need to copy those values. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure this is exactly right. So I'm going to do plus I times FA. Is that 250? Yeah, it was. Thank you for the follow, XCoreX. Welcome to the stream, dude. Let's put this in a for loop. So this is definitely going to have to move somewhere. This cannot stay here. And I think this does belong probably as part of the transition. We'll add a kind of and preload the map kind of thing. So this is actually going to make a copy of the map into the new location. Now it seems like the only other thing I need to do is set the colors in that area because they're not being set. So that looks fine. I think I'm going to, on the transition out, turn multicolor off. Sorry, not multicolor. What is it? The 38 column and 24 row mode as well. So bit 3 needs to be turned off. So wait, that wasn't multicolor. That's why that's multicolor. That should be. Let's give that a try. Maybe the colours are being set. It's almost there. It's almost there. You can see why I wanted to do this transition though. It looks really nice. Got to get rid of the couple of glitches in it, but I like the idea of revealing the map like there, so. And it'll be the same at the end as well, that when you go into the bonus it will look like that as well. Right, I'm going to take a quick break and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to fix these issues. So it looks like we just need to turn off the 24 column 38 column 24 row mode and set these colors to red, and then we'll try and move that code into the transition so it's kind of taken away from the start routine, and make sure that it ends at the correct time as well, because at the moment it's just stuck in a loop, so we need it to end as soon as the transition goes off the screen, go into the game and start the sprites and everything. Right, so I've got enough wine for the next hour, so take 4 or 5 minutes guys and I'll be back in a bit. All right, right back. And I'm back. Oh. Oh, that's why you said Turrican 2. Okay. Hang on. Ah, okay. I see. Right, okay. Gladly, because I think Marcus Seawell's Turrican is brilliant, so, there you go. You got it in the end, Hayes. Okay, so I need to set these columns correct. Still don't know what I'm going to play tonight, so if anybody's got any ideas, I'll probably play... Well, it's either going to be PC Engine, GameCube, or Commodore 64, so... if I play Commodore, it's going to have to be from... it's going to have to be from SD card, from the USB, so... Oh, really? Cool. Does the PC Mini come with Parasol Stars? Because to be honest, that's the best reason to own a PC Engine, so... Okay, so this entire chunk of code here, I'm going to indent it because I just need to remember that this needs to move. But we need to get it right first, so let's have a look at the values I'm setting. Okay, so I need to turn 38 column mode off, so actually this should be set to that, I believe. Yep. So actually it's like that, that's fine. And I also need to set 24 row mode off as well, although I believe that the player will set that anyway when he jumps, so I'm going to turn it off for now. We can edit it later if we need to. So I think all we need to do next is the colours, get the colours right. So actually it looks like 38 column mode needs to be set. Oh no, we need to reset value. Okay, that's fine. So that was a case of set this. Is it that one or is it the other one? I don't remember which is which. First one. So we did need this anti here, and that needs to be like so. Color-wise, colors seem to be wrong. Let's go and have a look at the map data, because maybe I'm actually storing those colors in the map data, which I'm not. So let's find out where they are set. Setting here maybe. So we do set sprite multicolors, but sprite multicolors are not what we're interested in. So I'm going to turn those off. What we're interested in is this value here, D022, which is not actually being set, though it should be, but it's not. Oops. Thank you for the follow, Irish John Gaming. Welcome to the stream, dude. Oh god, this is such a good tune. Let me turn this up a bit, actually. Thank you. I'm glad you find it interesting. that definitely needs to be set to that, and I think the other one will automatically be correct, so because I don't think that changes anywhere. So hey, old school player. I think I need to set the bar as well, so the init HUD is working. Oh no, because there needs to be a split down here. So actually, I'm not going to initialize the HUD. I'm going to let the HUD appear on its own. Okay, so a few things I noticed about that. First thing is, when it starts on the transition out, actually, what's going on here? If let's look at it in slow-mo. I think it's probably the easiest way. Okay, so let's have a look in slow-mo. So there's a bit of a glitch when you press fire, some little glitching around there, and then there's some glitches at the top of the screen. And I think that's to do with the sprite to background ordering that happens. But I think what I need to do is, before that transition actually begins, it needs to be held. So I'm going to move this code now into transition out, because that's where it should belong. Transition title card, here we go, transition out. So that's this bit here. And then if I do the same check here, instead of that jump. Oh, this is the shoot up levels, this is great. Right, this should bring us into the game properly now. So that actually looks pretty good. There's a bit of a glitch down here. See it kind of glitching around. And then there's a glitch as it goes out, but we can figure out what's causing that at some point. Oh, and then it goes really wrong. But we're in the game now. Okay. But now it's all contained within this section here, so this is good. And we literally just have a transition in, then the intro, and then a transition out. Thank you for the follow, Spandex Dandy. Welcome to the stream, dude. Let's get some more wine in me. Do you mean only Shallan? I don't know what you're saying. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's such a small thing, but I feel like it's going to tie the game, the flow of the game together quite nicely. So I feel like I've got to get this in, got to get it right. I don't care if it takes me another 5 streams to get this right. I'm gonna make sure it's correct. Okay, that ends really quickly. I don't know why that ends quickly. So I think it's because this is actually triggering. Oh, because we're triggering a title card complete, and it's not title card complete we want there. It's this that we need to check, and that is something different. That is is it change direction? I think it's called. Oh, this is making me want to play Turrican. You know, I could play Turrican every week, but that wouldn't be very interesting for you guys. So, change direction. That's the one.
2, 3.
Oh, I need to hear this.
Imagine an imaginary menagerie manager managing an imaginary menagerie. Jack.
Oh, Jack is the imaginary menagerie manager. Okay. I like it. Thank you for the bits, Hayes. What's really cool about this tune is that I believe it's done mostly in 2 channels. In fact, it is entirely in 2 channels. Yep, 2 channels. The 3rd channel is doing nothing. It's completely empty. And that's impressive for 2 channels. Just goes to show what you can do with the SID is damn impressive. So in our transition out, let's find this again. It's that we need to check. Big transition bars. I'm using DeepSID, which is an online tool. I'll post a link to this actual tune. Okay, it's still finished too quickly. Again, these are all 2 channel tunes. Still need to reset that. Get in there. Yeah, we're like polar opposites, aren't we? That's so true. So I'm using the latest kind of HTML technology to play tunes from the 80s, and Hayes is using 80s technology to play modern MP3s. Yeah. So true. Good observation. Okay, cool. Almost there. It's drawn the sprite there, but we seem to be stuck. So I'm gonna just put a check in to make sure we're actually exiting this, because if we are, then we should see the border change colour like crazy. Hey, cheers. And again, that bug, we need to get rid of this bug. I have no idea what is causing that. This is usually caused when the IRQs get jammed somehow. And the fact it's only happening every other kind of go would definitely kind of match that. So, and it only seems to happen when I use this function here. So I'm going to turn that off. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's that, because we have actually already disabled the IRQs at that point. So I'm just going to disable that, make sure everything's still working. If it keeps happening, then We have to take a look. Okay, so we are getting to the end properly. Interesting, you can see all the... You can see where the code's taking longest to do things. It looks like we've still got some weird IRQ splits down here though, because there's some quite large gaps. Not well. There is a monitor, but they've kind of ruined it a little bit in the latest Vice. I need to update my Vice actually. It's almost certainly going to be due to the IRQs because it only happens every other go. It's not all the time that it happens. This looks to be running fine, but it's not going into the game properly for some reason. So what should happen is when this is finished, it should RTS here, which brings us back to this point here. And then the game should start. Okay, just going to play random Marcus Seabold tunes now because they're pretty good. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move this little block of code that I've got here. I'm going to move this around until I find where we're breaking. So I'm going to move it to here, see if the IRQ setup for the game is working. No, so we're still broke there, okay. Alright, let's have a look. Monitor. Okay, so it's stuck at B688, which is indeed our bar transition code. Let's disassemble from here. You could make this bigger. B688 is here. Oh, it's reading that change direction and getting stuck. Oh, which means that the IRQs are not firing. Okay, it just means the IRQs are not set. It's exactly what I thought it was. So I just need to figure out why that's not happening. Let's have a look through the code from the beginning. Okay, so code starts. Access set, IRQ setup. Maybe we don't need that. It's fine. No, we do need that because that is what enables. What is it? That's what enables these values. Maybe we don't need that. Okay. Maybe we don't need that as well. Let's move that into transition here. Let's do that, yeah. Okay, so it gets to the next chunk of code, and it's definitely running this. You can see the split that it's doing down here, which is correct. There is an incorrect sprite here, but that's fine. So that means we're getting down to that chunk of code correctly, which is this bit here. So let's see what happens after we initialize all the sprites and the warp generations. Okay, still working fine at this point. I think the player is in the wrong place though. I'm going to put the HUD on because that wasn't enabled before. Yeah, it's like this IRQ is not firing here. Because it should go black here and it's not. So I'm actually going to move this piece of code into here. I think if I do this, I think we might get the right behavior. In which case I just need to set this up probably in player initialize or somewhere around there. Maybe another IRQ initialize or something, you know, just to enable this IRQ, just to kind of tidy up this function a little bit. Okay, that's good. Look at that. Fat former. Now what's going on here? It's like it's not setting the IRQ up properly. Okay, I think debugger time. Oh, SID request. Alright, I'll stick that on in a minute. Hang on. Just trying to work out what's going on here. Give me a second. Do we have any IRQs running? No. Where is this piece of code that's running? Okay, it's running. It's running that piece of code and it's never actually performing that, so I want to check OBD. Okay. Ah, I know why. I know why. Okay, yeah, I need to create a init game. I'll do this and then I'll put your tune on. Let's have a look. No, it's not that one. Fanta in space. Okay. Is that on? Yeah, it's on. It's quite quiet though. So references that I am function embedded. Yeah, so as Furrow points out, the less than and greater than sign means get the low or high byte of a 16-byte value. So if I do, so this is load the value FF, but what I can also do is oops. Like that, and in fact I don't even need the brackets there, and that will still load it with FF, but it's just taking the low byte. If I do that, it will grab the high byte, so it'll grab the 3.2. I like the drum pattern on this, it's good. Okay, so let's test. Okay, so almost there. Obviously just need to set a few things. So firstly, I need to set the sprite up and down positions, the vertical and vertical and horizontal and horizontal and vertical stretching. Well, my brain's not working probably. I need more wine, that's what I need. I'm gonna get another bottle after this. Okay, so what you can do is you can create scope for things. So if I'm in another file, I can reference this label by calling transition sprite pointers like that, and that allows me to reference something in a block somewhere else. So it's quite handy to separate things out like that. Okay. Was I looking to do title card transition out? Is it 1A or is it 1.9? Oh, I can never remember these. It is 1D and 1.7. Never remember those two. We're still getting that issue. Okay. Is this because we're not setting the initial line? This could be the same problem. This, in fact, I'm almost certain that's the same problem. So let's have a look in here. We're doing that right again as well. Yeah. Yeah. That's deliberate. So this is part of the transition. At this point, the IRQ should already be running. It's just holding this function until the transition is complete. So that's fine. That's supposed to be there. It's getting stuck there because the IRQs are never firing, so that the IRQs are never going across. What I'm going to do is make sure that we only acknowledge that interrupt here and do the clear interrupt here as well. Still a problem. Maybe it's happening every time now, which would help pinpoint things. Okay, cool. So that's happening. That is happening because of that. So if I move that to here instead. Okay, I'm going to run it a few times because I want to try and fix that issue. That's fine. That's fine. It breaks. So let's have a look what's happening. So it's coming into this function. It's enabling the raster IRQ. Then it's doing some stuff with the background. Initializing the sprites. Setting our sprite split up and setting the line up. Enabling it. Doing some animations. See, I still feel like that should be there. I feel like that's the right place for it. What is this? This is just spaceship noise. I'm going to go back to Marcus Seabold because that was pretty good. The thing to remember is with the math stuff is when you type an instruction in, you've got 3 characters, right? And then you have your addressing mode, and your addressing mode means you're either going to have a hash symbol, so that it's immediate mode, or you're going to have some kind of number identifier or no number identifier at all. So it's going to be a hash. Well, in fact, it's not even the number identifier. You're either going to have a hash, or you're going to have brackets and a comma, or you're going to have something and a comma, comma X, comma Y. So these are the things that you will see that identify your addressing mode. Everything else is a number. And you can only have one number. You can't have more than one number. So if you see a plus here, that just means that the assembler is going to add these 2 numbers together and then put that number here. And that's pretty much it. That's all you need to remember, is that you can only have one number. So if you see a plus symbol, that means that the numbers are being added together by the assembler. So in the case of here, this is all calculated. So this is our addressing mode, the LDA and the comma X. And this is the number. And that number gets calculated by the assembler using the for loop. So it recreates this code 4 times, and each time it calculates a slightly different number because I changes. And that's it. Just turn it down a little bit. It's still really warm in here. That's not working. Yeah, they do come in handy to create. So you will see, especially in demos and stuff where they do need speed codes, you will see them unroll loops like this. Because for instance, this bit here, right? So yes, this is filling 64 bytes in 2 locations. But what you could have also done is and then well, let's do the same as up there so it matches it. And that does exactly the same thing. The difference is that this one will create this block of code 64 times. Whereas this one is using this is using the assembly to actually do the loop. This is what's called unrolling a loop, which is where the loop is generated at assemble time. So this takes more memory because this is, instead of this many commands, it's this times 64. But oh, thank you for the follow, God, I can't read that. Tactical Law. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream, dude. And the advantage of doing this is that you don't have these two commands. So this is 5 cycles. So if you times that by 64, that's 320 cycles. So that's 5 lines worth of 5 raster lines worth of time was used in just looping this loop, basically. And that's removed from this. And also, because we're not doing indexing here, it's a bit quicker as well. This is 5 cycles, I believe, whereas this is only 4. So you're actually saving another 128 cycles. So overall, doing this, you save about 7 raster lines worth of cycles, but you use much more memory in order to do it. But that's how a lot of the demos get the effects that they do, by unrolling stuff to be a lot quicker. So also the advantage in the latter one is you don't have to film that much memory with other junk. Yeah, it is a fine balance, and there's definitely a good split of the two kind of techniques in here. Sometimes it's just used to make code a bit readable. So here, for instance, I would have still had to write this. I would still have to copy this line 4 times, or I would have had to have a second kind of outer loop which incremented these values. So really, this hasn't really saved any memory. It's about the same, but it just makes it a little bit more readable. It makes it a bit easier to look at and go, okay, so this is doing 4 blocks of it's copying to 4 areas of memory at the same time. So especially when you do full color scrollers as well, especially in 8 directions, you will find that you use a combination of the two quite a lot. So you will tend to unroll some things, you'll use loops for other things, because the fastest 8-way full color scroller will be fully unrolled code, but that will just use so much memory to do that it's just impractical. So you have to use a kind of combination of the two. So you unroll some things and you don't unroll other things. And as McGeezer says, it's a fine balance. Well, that went down the wrong goal. Okay, I forgot what I was doing now. Oh, okay, yeah, so setting those. So this should hopefully give us the right size sprites now. And then the only other problem I've got is... Oh, I've broken something somewhere. What have I done? Broken something. What have I done? Have I left some code in? I shouldn't have left it. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's suspicious. Yeah, that should be there. That's what it is. Okay, so there's a little bit of a... Oh, I need to restore these sprites as well. Okay, so at the beginning of this one here, so I did this copy. I need to copy it back as well. So I have to do that at the end. So I'm going to do that. It's kind of the wrong place to do it, but yeah, it kind of has to be here, really. So at this point, I need to copy from 0400 to C400, and that's it. I don't need to do any of the other stuff. So the only other thing I need to do now is I need to make sure that that screen isn't drawn. Actually, it doesn't look too bad. And we should get the right enemies popping out now. Okay, they're invisible. Is that correct? Okay, I need to run this in the debugger. I think we'll take a look at compression in a minute as well. I don't know how much we're going to manage to get done, but we'll do this shot. So I want to see what comes out of here in a minute. Okay, so we are seeing sprites pop out of here, but they seem to be empty, which would imply that data's been deleted. So I'm going to take a look in memory at that location. So 0400 has nothing in it, which is interesting. So it's indeed blank. So I just need to go and have a look to just make sure that that's correct. Okay, so this routine should be taking stuff from C400, put it at 0400, so I'm going to put a breakpoint in here. I'm going to just remove those for a second. I just want to make sure that this is actually doing the right thing. Okay, so this has automatically done that. So if we go and have a look at C400 in this area here, so we should see some sprites. So I mean, they're hard to tell, but these are definitely sprite patterns, and we're not seeing any blank stuff here. So we should see the same patterns down here, which I do, which is fine. So is something else blanking them out? No, nothing is actually copying it back to that memory. Oh no, the sprite patterns are there. But what? What? That seemed to work that time. Okay, I need to remove that breakpoint there. Let me just remove this breakpoint and see what happens. I have a funny feeling these two lines for some reason are breaking it. I don't know why. It shouldn't do. Okay. Thank you for the follow charge, Neon. Welcome to the stream, dude. Okay, so those two lines did break it, but maybe it's because of the way that we're restoring the things here. It could just be that the... Okay, so this... let's put hang on, is that the backup? Is that's the restore? Okay. That's definitely working fine. But when we copy this screen in here and transition in, oh wait a minute. In this one. I don't think this should be in here, that's why. This should be... The sprite data is fine, but that needs to be somewhere else. So this needs to be in the transition out here. Transition in, so it needs to be here, like that. Okay, that's looking a lot better now. Anything with a Commodore 64 is worth a follow. Thank you very much. Yeah, it is indeed. And it also gives you some insight into a dev on a Commodore 64, something that's always interesting to me. Cool. Well, you've come to the right place. This is all I do pretty much every week. So, alright, I think I'm going to spend the next 12 minutes or so before I have a break and go and get some more wine. Just trying to tidy up some of the transitions. So one of the things I noticed is we switch from 24 to 25 column mode and 38 to 40 column mode, but there seems to be a kind of bit of a jump as it does it. So I'm just wondering if I need to move where that happens. So it starts off yeah. Just don't mention the Game Boy Color. Thank you for the host, Sinlad. No, the Game Boy Color is fine. Mention that all you want. I'm enjoying that at the moment. Actually, it's a really, really fun system to code for. And I definitely recommend anybody who's looking for a kind of fun system to have a play with to pick it up. It is actually a lot of fun. So. Okay, so we're in 38 column, 24 row mode. Now, no, do you know what? It's this bit down here is the problem. This kind of jitters when it appears. Okay, I'm gonna do it again, but I'm gonna slow it down when it gets to that second bit. So, no, it's a sharp version. It's like the bastard child of 8080 and yeah, bastard hybrid. Exactly, Andy. That's funny. Yeah, it's like a hybrid between Z80 and the 8080, but it's quite nice actually. It's not bad system to code for, and I'm enjoying the kind of the technical limitations on it. It does make me feel like I'm working on a Commodore still, just with Z80. So I just want to watch what happens down here. So there's a little bit of a flicker of this down here, and I'm not sure why it's doing that. But the bigger problem which I saw, which I'm going to show you again, is if you look up here as the transition goes out, you'll see some strange kind of behavior with characters on the screen. So and I don't know what's causing that, so let's have a look at that in slow-mo as well. I'm going to slow it down to 10% this time. So just watching this top corner here as the transition goes out. I mean, there's a lot of glitching around this transition anyway, but I need to kind of eliminate the big glitches first and then work on the smaller ones. So, yep, glitch, but watch the characters appear here. You see that? I'm not sure why it does that, so what I'm going to try and do first is ensure that... Oh, that's interesting how that... Yeah, there's a few little glitches going on here. I mean, it's hard to see at full speed. So put it on full speed, it's not as bad. But it needs to feel smooth. If it doesn't feel smooth, it's not right. Yeah, it does a couple of blue lines down here. It's a bit frustrating. So, how can we fix this? Okay, so I think the first thing we can do is try and figure out why these characters appear in here. Now, my suspicion is that they're appearing here because we have screen data at this location before it's actually drawn. So I'm going to try on the transition. Should I do it on the transition in? Yes, on the transition in, because the transition in. No, sorry. On the title card. So on this spot here. So when we're on the title card, we know that this location here. Oh no, it should be a copy. Transition. Oh, okay, so the transition in is going to copy the data. Find it. So actually, if I took this out, what would happen? Oh my god. That thing is going to haunt me till the end of time. Okay, that was just a fluke. That's got nothing to do with removing that code. Yeah, okay, it creates that problem there. Okay, so we do need that on the transition. Yeah, maybe I should spend the rest of this stream doing some polish as well. Oh, here we go. Request. I get it now. When I see these random kind of games just appear, it's a SID request. It's because the cap chat that I'm using doesn't show that it's a SID request. So, okay, let's have a look. Jerome Tell. I didn't see a request from you, Jace. I don't know why that didn't show up. Did you use the SID request reward? Maybe you didn't use the reward because it didn't show up in my reward list. Oh yeah, of course I did. Yeah, sorry. God, definitely need to go for more drink in a minute, I think. Hey, well, God, I can't even say. I'm going to call you Kayok. Hey, Kayok, welcome to the stream, dude. Okay, so let's work out. The biggest glitch is definitely the glitch in the top corner of the screen. So let's work out with that first. Oh, and that's a difficult one to say. Seontij Rothschild. Seont Rothschild. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm out of wine. I need more wine. Oh no. Haze. God's sake. That's brilliant. Oh wow. Okay, that was pretty good. I'll give you that one. Thank you for the bits, Ace. Oh man, quality. Absolute quality. Okay, right. Where are we at? Okay, so we need to figure out what's going on. So I'm going to put it into the debugger, and that will hopefully give us a bit of insight as to what's happening at this point. So I'm hoping I can kind of catch this as it happens. So I'm going to slow it right down. But I am going to have to be quick and hopefully pause it so I can see what's going on. So no, I missed it anyway. Okay, so hopefully I can skip back a little bit. Okay. Missed it again. There we go. Right. So what's happening here? Okay, so our screen is at C000, which is correct. And the screen isn't here. Ah, the character set is incorrect. And the character set doesn't get set until this point. So you can see here F000, F800. So watch what happens. So we're in F800. So this is HUD graphics here, which is why we're getting all the A's and E's on the screen as well. But then as I move down the screen, it goes to F00 and everything fixes. And then it seems fine at that point. So this is why this debugger is really good, right? So you can see I went way past it. I got to that point basically. And I'd gone too far, but what you can do is once you paused it, you can go down here and you can move this slider along so you can rewind a little bit. I think there is a button to actually just rewind a tiny bit. I think it's like Alt F10 or something, but I tend to just kind of skip back a little bit and then try again. And there we go, I've managed to pause it in the place that I want, and then I can see this bit here tells me this the char set, the screen pointer, the bitmap pointer, and the text mode for each point on the screen. So as I move the raster down, what it's telling me is when the raster was here, the char set was at F800, and the raster was here, the char set was at F000. So what I need to do is I need to set D018 to the right value. Is this just playing sound effects now? Yeah. I'll leave that on. It's another Jerome Tell tune. So. Right, I need to retry. Sorry, when I switch headphones, I need to just retest an alert. So I'm going to test Andy's listen alert. Okay. Just so I can make sure I hear it, because otherwise, if the headphone hasn't initialized, if the headphone doesn't initialize properly, then I won't hear any alerts for the rest of the stream. So, because OBS is kind of terrible at sound devices, strangely. Okay, let's try. Let's see. I'm gonna pick some random. Actually, not random. Let's pick a game. What was a game with good music? Actually, R-Type had good music because it was Chris Hulsbeck, wasn't it? So let's see if I can find R-Type in here. Apparently not. All right, I'm gonna type it in. Oh, no phone. Okay, I thought it was Chris. Oh yeah, it's Hulsbeck. There we go. Okay, Cybernoid 2. Alright, I'll do that next. I'll make a request and then I do it straight away. Thank you for the follow, Jabby. Welcome to the stream, dude. Okay, so what we know is that as soon as that transition is finished, it should be put in. Let's think about this. It should be set D018, and it's not. It's doing it too late. Okay, so and there you go. Steps has requested Cybernoid. All right, Cybernoid it is. Oh, hang on. Hello, Jeremy. Welcome. Again, thank you for the follow, room. Alright. So in here, basically, when we do the transition out, so at this point here, I need to set the correct D018. So we can just set this value directly into D018. So I'm just going to throw the zeros for now. What does it need to be? So it needs to be the first screen, which is 00000, and the second to last font location, which is 110 with a 0 on it. Hopefully now this should get rid of that weird glitch. Or at least with the ease at the top corner of the screen anyway. Which it does, perfect. Still see a little glitch through the rest of the screen, and that is because as the sprites. Okay, let's do this in the debugger and I'll show you. Your own tell, yeah, J. So Nordic J's generally are Y's, aren't they? It's confusing as well because you see names like Johan, Johan, and they're different. If it's a French Johan, it's Johan. If it's a Nordic Johan, then it's Johan. So it's different depending on where you are with that one, but. J is J, but you pronounce it wrong. No, see, it's not true. It's not true, because the French pronounce it as je. We pronounce it je. The French pronounce it as je. More of a kind of, almost like a G. But, yeah, the majority of countries do pronounce it Y. It could be worse. I mean, you've got Spanish. They pronounce V's as B's. So, you know, the number 20 is Bente, which is a V. It's not a B, but it's pronounced Bente. Bente. As fast as kids with their tongue. Oh, so wrong. Okay. Okay, so I want to see what's going on here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to... Oh, actually, I didn't see any glitch there. Okay, let me do that again. There was a definite glitch before. I'm going to go for a smoke. I mean, I'm a bit late. I need to grab more wine. I've got no wine. So keeping my eye on the screen. Oh, there wasn't a glitch then either. Oh, there was a glitch there. I don't know if you saw that. Okay, it's going to be hard to catch. Ah, damn it. No, too late at that point. Okay. Ah, there we go. That didn't happen that time. There we go. So what's happening here? Okay, so so what's happening here is we still have the sprites happening. So you can see the red boxes on screen. Now, to make these sprites work, we have to alternate between two screens. The reason we do that is because we need to turn sprite pointers on and off for various places, and it's a lot easier to do that as a group by just switching between two screens than it is to do that. Than it is to do that. Is the music too loud? Because it seems a bit loud to me, so I'm just going to knock it down a notch. So we have to flick between screens, and that means that we can switch sprite pointers very quickly. Because what we need to do is we need to be able to switch 8 sprite pointers very, very quickly before they're displayed. Now, if we were to do that by setting each one individually, it would take too long and we'd get lots of glitches. Now, we're already getting loads of glitches, but we'd get even more glitches. So what we do is we use 2 screens, and you can see here screen switches between C0 and C400 very quickly. But what that means is that, and you can see it on here, every other line of sprites shows the wrong screen, and what it's actually showing is the data that's in the data that we've copied for the sprite. So we need to turn off the IRQs at that point.
Chris Waddle.
Oh, that's so good. Thank you for the bits, Hayes. For anybody who doesn't know what that's referencing, and I'm not going to show it because I'm scared of Twitch's copyright stuff at the moment. I believe that's from the Fast Show, where they have it's like a football interview, and they're interviewing different football international footballers, and they interview a Spanish one. And the Spanish one just does basically what Hayes has just said. It just says Chris Waddle, and it's hilarious. Right, I'm going to take a quick break. When I come back, we'll fix this. I think this is just about turning the IRQ off at the right time. We're just turning it off a little bit too late. That's all. As soon as we start drawing that screen, we should basically actually no. It needs to be. Well, actually, it's a good point. I don't know when to do that. Oh no, as soon as we start copying the sprite data back, then we need to turn off the IRQ, or we need to move the sprite data copy to a slightly different place as well. Alright, I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes, guys. Just going to get a bottle of wine and have a smoke. Alright, be right back. Right, I'm back. Just got a bottle of wine. So this is the same stuff I had last week, which is New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc again. So it should taste similar. Same year as well, I think. Yeah, same year. So I'd assume this is fairly similar. It doesn't say where in New Zealand, but... I like the New Zealand white wines. I've never been a big fan of New World white wines, but... seem to be getting more and more of them recently, so and that's definitely better than the last one. Yeah, it's nice, that. Definitely recommend that. I don't know if you can get that, but it's Via Maria Sauvignon Blanc. California. I do like California wines as well. I tend to prefer California reds than I do whites, but yeah, California red wines are absolutely gorgeous. Wolf River, not Rioja, Wolf River Pinot Noir, I think it is really, really good. Oh yeah, Zinfandels as well, really good. Most California reds are nice. They've got good wine country there, definitely. Okay, so we need to change these. So I've decided what I'm going to play tonight. It's going to be PC Engine. We're going to play some Parasol Stars after the stream is finished. A transition effect, when does it occur? So it occurs whenever a level begins or ends. So it's always going to reveal the level and it's always going to hide the level. Does it need a sound effect? I'm not sure. Maybe not. Line 51. Why are you hacking into it when it hasn't fired? In here. Because we're enabling them here as well. You always have to acknowledge the interrupt when you enable them for the first time. Technically, this could be enabled for the first time at this point. Because we've removed the IRQ setup in here. Oh no, it is still there actually. Right, actually, probably don't need that then in that case. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, steps, go for it. If you want to create an in and an out sound, by all means do it. It won't hurt. As I say, I think we can. I think it's better to put as many sounds as possible in and strip them back, than it is to not put enough in. Yeah, like a swoosh sound or something. Yeah, it needs to be quite subtle. It needs to not be too in your face. Yeah. Have I watched the Oz and James Wine Adventures? I have not actually. Is that, where can I find that? Send me a link to where I can find that. So I'd like to watch stuff like that. I do like my wine. I wouldn't say I'm a wine aficionado or anything, or an expert, because I'm definitely not. But yeah, thanks, Jace. But I do like my wines, and I know what I like and I know what I don't like. I know enough that when I go to a restaurant, I can buy a wine that I know I'm going to like, so... Okay, I think you're right, Andy. I don't think that line is needed, so let's just check that. Yeah, it doesn't look like it is. Okay, so that last flicker is because what's happening is, in this transition out, where we copy the data back, where we restore the sprites, the IRQ has not been set for the new one yet. So what we need to do is, we probably, at this point here, we need to disable the IRQs until something re-enables them again. And we just need to make sure that the right screen is showing at this point, which I think is going to be the case. I just need to check. Yeah, that looks fine. That's a lot better. There's still a little bit of a jerk down at the bottom, like a little glitch at the bottom. So let's slow it down to 50% and have another look. So there's still lots of stuff we need to do on this bit here, but this is starting to look a lot better now. So there's a little flash of black as it goes into it. Gonna do it in the debugger, because the debugger is really good at kind of tracking down these issues. Because what we can do in the debugger very easily is we can rewind, we can look at kind of what's going on and see exactly what the problem is. So there was a little flash of black. See if I can catch it on there. There we go. Okay, so what's going on here? Okay, so we definitely have the right stuff going on here, but then at this point we seem to have switched into a different background color for start. And also notice that the all the background colors are wrong. The D022 is wrong. D021 is wrong. Now that should be happening down here. That's correct. So if I just... Yeah, I think it's just triggering this at the wrong point. I think that's all it is. So I think what we need to do is make sure that when the new IRQ is set up, that it triggers at the right point, that the very first iteration of it happens at the right point. So let's just go back, grab the same point again. There we go. So this seems to be happening around about here, which is this IRQ here. So if I just put a breakpoint in here and step through, is it going to let me step through here? No, okay, there we go. That's not going to let me step through. Okay, that's fine. Now, it's as soon as it, yeah, it's as soon as it enters the HUD stuff. So I think what we need to make sure happens is that the first IRQ that gets triggered, because you can see here as well, it's trying to say player 2 here, but at the same time it's replacing it with insert coin, which is what we're seeing down here. If I move this around, actually it looks fine on here because it's already drawn, but it's like the IRQ is being triggered here incorrectly, which is the wrong point for it to be triggered. Main IRQ, yeah. And that is round about line 9596 or 97. I'm going to say 97 because it looks, I can't seem to get to 96. Nope, the music's stopped. Is anyone requesting anything else? And next week, hopefully, if the postal gods are on my side, I'll be playing Atari Jaguar next week. So I'm going to play Tempest 2000 on the Atari Jaguar next week. Fingers crossed, if everything goes to plan and it arrives in time and it actually works with the OSSC. I've ordered one with an RGB cable, so hopefully it does. And Tempest 2000 is a great game, so I'm looking forward to that. I've had a Saturn, and I wasn't hugely impressed with it. The only game I was really impressed with was I'm sure I said this the other day actually. Yeah, I might have said this on Tuesday. Was Sega Rally. So I'd get one just for Sega Rally, but I'm not in a huge rush to get one. But Sega Rally and some dragon game that I can't remember the name of. But I played on the Atari Jaguar just before it came out in the UK. My mate had a Japanese one or an American one. I can't remember what it was, but I was really into it, and that's the only time I've ever played on one. So I'd like to go back and play that again. And I really enjoyed Tempest. The music is insane, so I'd like to give that a try. Okay, let's put the top 100 tunes on. It's a bit quiet, but hopefully you can hear that. Okay, so why is it firing this IRQ at the wrong time? So the HUD is being displayed at this point, but this IRQ probably shouldn't fire here. So let's go and have a look at what's going on. So this is happening basically at this point here. The game entry has started. Maybe this should not be happening here. Maybe this should be happening. Oh, init game IRQ. Maybe we don't need that anymore, actually. Let's give that a try. Hopefully that gets rid of it. Yes, that's hopefully that's what's happening. But actually turning that off seems to break it. Okay, so let's have a look in init game hierarchy, because this should be doing this basically. So let's compare that. Okay, this looks exactly the same. I'm going to get rid of the acknowledge from here. It does look correct. I'm going to put the CLI at the end of here and the SEI at the beginning here. And then I'm going to get rid of this block. Hopefully that fixes it. Let's put the speed back. Actually, let's keep the speed on 50 because it's easier to spot the errors when they appear. I think the IRQ needs enabling a little bit sooner. I'm going to enable it here because I think this sprite warp generation is probably a bit slow. Player HUD sprite warp. Actually, I think maybe we can do it here. That looks good. All right, let's speed it up and take another look at it, see what feels wrong about it. Yeah, we'll do. I think we'll do compression on the next stream, actually. Also, Warlock, was it? I think it was you that was doing it, wasn't it? The logo stuff. If you want to, was it you, Warlock, that was doing it? Somebody was doing something. Yeah, it was. Okay. Yeah, this is looking quite good now, actually. So the only glitches really are in the transition itself. It's going to start and stop with the IRQs. Yes, so let's actually turn the music on. Settings, audio, sound. Why am I not hearing sound? Oh, there is sound. Okay, let me just pause the SID music a second. The sound's just very low, that's all. Do you get the sprite data? I'm not sure. Can you post it to me on Discord? Either private message or in the what's the other room? There's another room. Oh, thank you, Jace, for the links as well. If you post it in the asset share, would probably be the one to do it in, yeah. And then I can grab it from there. Okay, so hopefully that sounds perfect to me. Okay, I'm going to turn the sound off again. I really I like the sound, but one thing, as I've said many times before, I tend to do all my development with the sound off because you tend to repeat the same 2 or 3 bars of the tune over and over again, and you get sick of it. You couldn't hear it. Okay, it's definitely there. It might be quite quiet. I don't know how to turn the audio up on this. It's definitely there, and it's timed pretty good. So basically, only when the player appears does the sound start. So that's pretty much what we want. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna spend the rest of the time tweaking the transition a little bit. On the next stream, we'll do the compression to try and get the level data as small as possible. And then probably the stream after that, we'll do the bonus transition. So the transition that we've got working now, hopefully should just drop straight into the bonus and be quite easy to use. Ah, cool. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to download that right now. Cool. Thank you. Let's put that in the game, actually. Let's call it Pick and Mix logo. And then it's cool. Yeah, a new imprint phase. And have you got the goat tracker file from Richmond Mike to work on? Because obviously it needs to try and be. I mean, as I said, these you know, there's kind of, we're quite limited to what space we've got. I've set aside some room for music. There's not an awful lot of room left though. So just with the stuff we have now, we're kind of running out of room. But I'm hoping I can compress some stuff and shuffle some stuff around a little bit to make more room. I mean, certainly the map data, if we can get the map data quite small, then it shouldn't be a problem, I don't think. I mean, let's have a look. Right, so if a map is currently taking 512 bytes, and we've got, let's say we use B000 to B600 for more behaviors, then that gives us 12k for map data. So at the moment that would give us 24 maps. But if we compress that, I reckon we can halve the space that takes up. So that would actually, is that right? 2, 8, yeah, 24. So that would give us about 48 maps, I think. And that would leave us with actually, that leaves us with 6k for music, but I think we can still shuffle things around a little bit and get 7 or 8k for music. I'm going to say 7k is the limit you should be aiming for, because that's still quite a big SID file. And I think we can shuffle some stuff around. So we've got this block of memory here, right, which is only used when we're in the game. So I'm thinking there's a way to utilize this block of memory to actually store game coding that gets unpacked into the location at runtime, and just kind of shuffle some stuff around. So we'll have an area of, we'll kind of split the intro and the game code into 2 sections, compress them both, store them. Actually, we've got to be careful because we've got to be able to uncompress it in location, really. So we'll have to have a think about it. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, as small as you can get it. I mean, if you can get it into 5k, amazing. That would be the best. But obviously, I realize that might be difficult to do. So just do your best. We can trim it back if we need to. So one of the things I did with .cosmos is I wrote a piece of music, and I didn't care how much room I was taking. Then I did the compression. It's slightly different because the compression was just to get the whole thing under 16k when it was compressed. But what I did was I would look and say, okay, this is 200 bytes over. So I would just go into the tune. I'd go, okay, instead of making this pattern, for instance, one of the things you can do, right? What a lot of people do is they'll create patterns that are 64 ticks long, right? 64 rows long. And then they'll have a pattern which is like your main kind of melody. And then they'll have a bridge. So they'll have the main melody, but the last kind of 8 rows is slightly different because it brings in the next section. So what you can do, and this is a good space saving tip, you can split your patterns into smaller chunks. So if you've got a 64 row pattern, then every time you copy that, that's another 64 row pattern, right? So if you shrink that down into 32 row patterns, even if your pattern needs to have a 32 row and then a different unique 32 row, when you make a bridge for it, you only actually have to change the second 32. So actually you're saving about 25% of the space by doing that. So that's one technique you can use to kind of to hopefully save a little bit of space. Also, if you use 32 row patterns instead of 64 row patterns, you've got a lot more options for kind of mixing and matching them as well. So you can quite easily kind of jump into things. So yeah, exactly. 16 rows. Don't be afraid to kind of to mix and match as well. If you need to use a drum pan, try and use a 16 byte pan as well. Cheers. Thanks for joining the stream, dude. Yeah, I mean, it's all about kind of understanding how that data is stored. And one of the things you've got to realize is that the music data is not compressed. The music data, the pattern data is not compressed. I think it's run length encoded, but it's not. There's not any more than that in it. So, and even the run length encoding, I think, is kind of selection. It's selective. It's not. It's not like the whole thing is run length encoded. I think the gaps are run length encoded. So, yeah, you just need to be careful about how you do it. When XMIze it all at the end, it won't compress it a little bit more. The problem is that the XMization, yeah, the XMize is at the end. It's not going to matter for the tune. It needs to be unpacked into memory. Now, if we're like struggling to fit a decent amount of music in, like say we do this and we find out actually we can only have one song, then I think we'll look at how Goat Tracker stores its song files and see if we can XMize portions of the SID file and just unpack those as they're needed. So we could separate the song data completely and just unpack the song that we need to as we go. I really, really, really want to have more than one song. I want to have a title tune and at least 2 or 3 main songs, so plus sound effects. So we'll do our best to do it, but just bear in mind those little tips and tricks, like reuse patterns where you can, reuse instruments which you're already doing, keep the patterns as short as possible. It's better to have one 16 row pattern that you repeat 4 times than to have one long 64 row pattern that just does the same thing. And use things like key changes as well. So remember that there is there is the I think there is a command somewhere in Goat Tracker that allows you to key change as well. So you can kind of you can, yeah, like it's like an auto transpose. I use it again in doc. It's one of the tricks I used in doc to extend the length of the tune. I play like a 4 pattern block of music, and then I repeat it again, but with a key change. So it sounds uplifting. It sounds like it's kind of the tune is progressing, but it's exactly the same 4 patterns again, which is like 2 or 3 bytes rather than 256 bytes or whatever. So just experiment a lot, and you'll find ways to reduce it down. And I have faith in you guys. You're good musicians, certainly a lot better than I am. So okay, so I'm catching up on Discord. I probably shouldn't be doing that right now. I'll do that later. Okay, okay, we're looking pretty good with this. I want to experiment now and see if we can tweak this transition. The yellow bar of doom. Yellow bar of doom. Okay. Okay, let's have a think about this. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Right, so this is happening because the IRQs are not firing at the right time. So I'm gonna have a check at a few things in memory to see. I kind of want this to happen in the debugger. It's unfortunately I can't run the debugger once it's open in here. So yeah, the music Steps did for Luna is brilliant. Really, really good, and works really well. Doom, 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 doom. Where is he? There he is. Doom, 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 doom. I don't know if you can see that actually. Let me put my camera on. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. What does the G stand for? Which G? G? What are you on about? Yeah, they did bug a little bit in Luna. They still sound pretty good though. I mean, it's oh, I need to watch all the Invaders in again. I've not watched them for a couple of years. I need to. Well, I watched the new one on Netflix. That was pretty good actually. Yeah, yeah. Just as you say that, it didn't quite have the feel of the original series, but it was good. It was good enough. It satisfied me. It was nice to have a bit more Invader Zim, but it didn't quite feel the same for some reason. I think because they were trying to do a movie, so it had that kind of weird kind of movie kind of overarching story about it. Good night, Microman. Thanks for joining, dude. All right, let's try and figure out what this is doing. It's doing something a little bit odd, and I'm not sure why. So we've got yellow bar across the screen. So this is obviously going to be sprites because there's no other way these could appear. Now, normally we would see rows of sprites going all the way down, but we're not seeing that. So that means that the IRQ is kind of drawing these sprites and then getting stuck. So it's drawing this one row of sprites and then it's getting stuck. And it seems to always be this row, but I think that's probably just coincidence because of the timing of startup and stuff. The problem is, why is the IRQ getting stuck? So let's open the monitor and have a look. Also, the music stopped, so let me start the music again. I don't know why that stopped. It should have been. Oh, that's another game I've got coming actually. Not Whizball, but International Karate. I can see it on the list. I've got that coming on disc as well. If you look at the bottom of the chat, there's a channel point thing. Okay, let me bring up the monitor. Let's have a look. Okay, so it's stuck at the same point again. So it is definitely. Oh, okay. No, this is. Okay, this is just in that same loop, and that's fine. So it's repeating that bit. This is the bit that Andy was pointing out again before. But this is fine if the IRQ is firing, but I just don't think the IRQ is firing, so... I reckon if I put D011... There we go. It's that D011. So the problem is when the transition starts, this value here should be like that, I think. just to make sure that that value is correct. So I'm going to try starting it a few times so we can get it to crash, and then I'm going to change it back and see if we can get it to crash. Turbo outrun. Okay, no problem. That's a really good tune as well. Okay, this seems to be pretty good. I think before it was happening like once in every 4 or 5 runs or something. And this hasn't happened once yet, so let me change that back. I'm just going to do this little bit and then I will yeah, see that 0 reboot, and it was 0 there. I'll do this little bit and then I will check your I will play your music selection. Okay, where the hell was it? Transition bars in it. There, right. There we go, it happened the second time. So 1 out of 2, 1 out of 3, 4, 1 out of 5, 2 out of 6, 2 out of 7, 2 out of 8, 2 out of 10. Okay, I need to have it happen one more time. 2 out of 11. Okay, so it happened 3 times out of 12 when I didn't have that value set. So let me just set that to 0, and I think this is what's going to fix it. So that's 1. So I'm going to try it 12 times. Okay, so that's 4. I think that's fixed it. I think that has fixed it. Yeah, Jace, we were talking about your Lunar escapades before, because we were talking about the random number generator and how you found that changing the player controls would generate a different random number, and how I kind of deduced that was because different controls run different branches of the code, and different branches of the code take a different number of cycles, and that meant when it was combining the timer values, that the timer values were different, and so you were able to kind of manipulate the random number generator by changing the controls slightly, which is cool. That looks like it's fixed it, so that's pretty good. We've got rid of that bug. So let's take another look. Okay, this is looking pretty solid so far. So there's a bit of a glitch down here when it starts. I want to check if the screen vertical. I need to check something here. So D011 has our vertical raster scroll and the screen height. I have a funny feeling actually that the rows is still set to 24, in which case we need to keep that the same, because I think that's why we're seeing a little kind of shift. So let's take a look. Let's just turn the monitor back to this as well. I really need to download the latest version of Virus for this. So that's D011, I believe. D001 is 1B, which is actually the default, which is 1B. So it is 25 rows, vertical raster set to 1-1. So actually I need to make sure that that's set correctly, because I don't think that is set correctly. D011. Let's see that. We're doing initialize here. I think we need to set when we transition out, which is here. Okay. So I am going to hand this with 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that, and make sure that this is separate like that. Hopefully that should eliminate, there's a slight little jitter at the end, and I think that should eliminate that. We still get this little glitch here because the hood appears at a kind of odd place. And then I'm going to do the SID music. So we've got 2 SID requests now. That's smoother. Okay, it's definitely smoothing up. Good night, Prince Face. Thanks for joining the stream, dude. All right, let's do Turbo Outrun for Warlock. Let's see what else we can smooth down in this. We've got about another hour to go before I leave it for now. Quite happy with this so far. I mean, it clears this screen. Can deal with that. Okay, a little glitch down here. Okay, let's load that in the debugger and take a look. There you go. Is that better? Cool. So I think what's happening here is it's just... actually, it's kind of hard to see at that point. Right, okay, there we go. Oh. Okay, so the timing of that first background change, color change, is quite late. In fact, I'm not seeing it at all here. Okay, let's scroll through this a little bit. Okay, so I think that was just because I actually paused it at halfway through the raster updating. But you can see, I don't know if you can see that little line of blue underneath. That's irritating me a little bit. Just do it in this mode, you can see it a little bit better. So you can see that little, the line of blue there, and then suddenly it goes black. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to be a little bit sneaky. I am going to colour in this entire block down here in black. So what I'm going to do, I'm trying to think how to do this. So before the HUD initializes, as soon as this screen appears, I'm going to make this black down here. So part of the update in this bit here, no, not this bit. So we go in here, we do transition out. Actually, we do it in the transition out, which means I actually need to fix this, because this is, oh, actually this is going to draw the current map, so that's fine. I just need to go and check that. Current level, yeah, okay, so that's fine, that's correct. But that's going to break when it comes to okay, I need to put a taboo in here. draw the correct stuff behind the transition sprite. Because when this works on the bonus, this is going to look wrong. So on the bonus, this needs to be empty. That probably does need to stay the same. So I'll leave that in there. But when the map is drawn, what we also need to do is we need to fill that bottom area, the last 3 rows, with blank characters. So just going to load the character setting. Oh, by the way, oh no, never mind. I don't think I can show you yet. Okay, let's make a game. So it's maps. Okay, so we're using this at the moment. Okay, so we do have some blank characters that we can use. I'm going to use this one here because this is part of the HUD bar, so it's definitely going to be used. 144. So 144 is 90 in hex. So I'm going to store that in. So this is plus 123, 22. So it's 16 times 28. Come at X. Oops. Hi Iris Technologies, and thank you for the follow, dude. Appreciated. This needs to be 120, so that will be 78. Actually 77. So I think what this will do is it will fill that bottom bit in black and should hopefully eliminate some of the kind of the jittering that we see down there, or the kind of not quite. Okay, so okay, I'm going to run the debugger. I need to take a closer look at that because it seemed to fill some in but not everything. It's such a good tune, this. Jerome Tell is a genius when it comes to C64 music. Okay, right, pause. Right, let's go back a little bit on that. Let's find where it's broken. Okay, so it's broken at this point. So let's have a look what we've got here. Okay, so there is a screen change halfway down because of the sprites. So I think what we need to do is in here is just make sure we copy it to the second screen as well. The sprites get stored here, so it's fine to do that there. Okay, cool. Okay, no, we're still seeing issues there. So something else going on here. So if we look at the screen as a whole, we're definitely seeing errors down there. But if we go down to this section, it kind of looks correct. Could it be that multicolor mode is turned off? So no, multicolor mode is on. Could it be the D800? I bet I know what it is. So in here, it looks weird from what I'm used to, which is CMD. So this is 6502 assembly, but it's using Kick assembly, which allows you to do things like this, which is kind of pre-assembly kind of mathematics, and some other stuff like use more modern kind of for loops for unrolling code and stuff. It makes it quite powerful. I actually think Kick assembly, the more and more I look at other assemblers for 6502, I actually think Kick is the most powerful. It's certainly better than Tassim and what's the other one? I can't remember the other one now. Okay, cool. That looks a bit better, but we still get the little blue glitch here, and I think that's just because the background changes color at a certain point. I'm going to go for a quick smoke. When I come back, we'll try and fix that, because that's kind of the last bit, I think. That this bit across here. I'll just show you again so you can see what I mean. So there's a load of glitches in here. We definitely need to sort those out. Particularly this one down here and this one up here when I exit and see the glitch. Oh, pardon me. Over there. But that blue line that appears here just above the hood, probably due to IRQ timing being off at that point, is not acceptable. It's a little bit of a flash, and I think that was really taking it away. But everything else is looking pretty good at the moment. It is looking very good, actually. I'm quite pleased with that. The game is fully functional now at this point, so obviously we need to get the graphics in place, but we're looking good in terms of the rest of the game working. Oh, there is a bit of a glitch. Okay, we need to fix that as well. That's new, because that wasn't there before. That used to work fine. So we need to look at that. It's fine. I fully expect there to be these kind of issues, and that's absolutely fine. You know, we've got to the point now where we're actually entering kind of a polish phase. We're looking at kind of adding polishy things to the game. So there's going to be lots of times when we change timings here and there and things break, and we're going to have to go back and change them. So yeah, it's looking really good, and it's starting to feel like a polished game, which is what I like. So that's good. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, guys. When I come back, I'll put Steps tune on, because at the moment it's just going through Turbo Outrun. Actually, I'll let it play through that because there's 12 tracks on there. And then I'll play Steps' tune. Then we'll spend another hour, or just under an hour, tweaking a little bit more, and then we'll play some PC Engine stuff. Thank you for the follow, Browdon, and welcome to the stream, dude. All right, what will they change it? No, I think the bear should stay there, but I think we need to kind of unify the graphical style a little bit. So I think the bear idea is cool. Gummy bears are a very common sweet, right? That everybody knows around the world. So I think that's fine. We should keep that. No, they won't. And I was thinking about this. You know what should fly through the sky? Sherbet saucers. We should have some sherbet flying saucers that do fly through the sky, and they just go backwards and forwards like flying saucers do. But they'd be cool, right? That's exactly what you would expect to fly. So yeah, we just need to design some enemies and stuff. So, and it should be pretty simple to do a flying saucer, a sherbet saucer, right? So, all right, I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. We're back. And I'm back. Let's get some wine down. I'm being a bit slow this talk. But last week, I still had a hangover on Tuesday morning. That's how bad it was last time. I don't know why as well. I think I was feeling a bit run down as well. So. Okay. So this is. I'm quite pleased with this now. It's looking pretty good. Actually, the transition in looks pretty spot on. So before that appears, there's going to be my Evolute Games logo, which hopefully I can find. Where would it be? I guess it would be in my profile somewhere, wouldn't it? So, media maybe. Oh, no, this just has a million images. Let me try searching for it. Who knows? Maybe it's appeared somewhere in the image searches. Oh my god, it's got some of my old Facebook games as well. Forehead cam. Oh, hang on. Oh, why is it doing that? Okay. Thanks, Andy. It can be really shit sometimes, OBS. I don't know why. Okay, no, my logo doesn't seem to appear anywhere, so maybe it's on Facebook, actually. Ah, there you go. Oh, God. So this is the logo that I created a long time ago. So I want this on a black background with white writing. And I want this to animate. So these red lines I want to animate. So that'll be my splash screen. So that'll appear on a black background. And then as soon as that's appeared, that will happen over the top of it. Okay, inhaler time, I think. What are you listening? Oh, Rambo music. Yes, good point. Okay, let me grab that. I'm going to show you in a minute, actually, a game I was working on. I never finished it as well, which was going to be a mobile game. Let me put my... Oh, I should probably make that full size so you can see it. There we go. Ocean Loader 2, is that what it is? Is that the right tune? It's not it, is it? That's just the Ocean Loader. Hang on, let me see if I can find it in there. Well, there we go. This has got 23 tracks in, so I'll just play this. So, I did a game. Let's see if I can find a video of it. Find out where the hell it is now. Here we go. So we put this on. Oh no, it's loading. All right, I so should have finished this game. It was kind of turning into quite a decent game. I just never finished it. I mean, this wasn't C64, obviously. This was mobile. It was a decent game. I was looking forward to finishing it. So. I did some pretty decent stuff with it as well, but unfortunately I don't have any more videos of it. No, it was all done in Java. It was libgdx, Java kind of game framework. It was pretty good, and I spent a lot of time doing like messing with Photoshop. So I would download images of trees and grass and stuff and turn them into silhouettes, and I made some pretty decent levels with it. I probably still got it somewhere. I should dig it out and show it on stream at some point. But some of the levels were really cool. Like there was levels with cars and trains and stuff going by, and you had to kind of find gaps and get on the back of a train and kind of scoot through to another part of the level and use water spouts to shoot up, and it's pretty cool. But yeah, to be honest, a lot of the reason I didn't want to continue it was because of Java. To be fair. All right, let's have a look. We've got another 45 minutes. Let's see what we can trim here. Oh, this extra line down here. Okay, so there's a bit of a glitch here when it finishes. Now, I think that's happening because of some timing. Let's try and run it in the debugger and see if we can capture that moment. Thank you for the follow, Kane Rim. Welcome to the stream, dude. So obviously the intro is going to be a whole thing that we need to... Oh yeah, let me turn that down a little bit. Is it a bit loud? I wish they'd normalize a little bit. But they don't, unfortunately. Okay, so let's rewind it until we see that issue. So we're looking for this glitch issue here. And we can see it there. Okay, so let's go into this mode. See what's happening. So it looks like everything's behaving correctly. It's just that is being triggered at the wrong time. Now, there is a bad line there, so maybe it could be that the bad line is causing an issue at that point. So, okay, what is our scroll? Our Y scroll is 3. Which is what we would expect at that point. So maybe changing the Y scroll here would change things, but let's see what happens if we skip it forward. Our Y scroll is still 3. Interestingly, the debugger shows that it's 39 by 24, not 38 by 24, which is kind of interesting. Okay, so we see the sprites go off the screen. And then there's that one frame where it's incorrect, which is fine. We barely see that. But that there, that is the frame that's wrong. You see this green, this line along here. Sorry, not green, blue. And that's because it's triggering too late. So if we get into here and have a look at this piece of code, okay, the main IRQ is setting it here, but it's like this is triggering at the wrong time. Just for that one line as well. That's the annoying thing. It just seems to be like 1 or 2 frames that it goes wrong. Okay, so I think it is literally just one line. It's one line of incorrect, which you can see here. Oops, is that zoomed in? Oh god, what's it done now? Yeah, so you can see the one line where it's incorrect, but it's enough for it to look a bit glitchy, and I don't like that glitch. Question is, why is it wrong at that point? So let's go and have a look. So the interrupt is being triggered when we get back to this point in the code, here basically. But it seems like this block here is taking too long, or is see, I'm not entirely sure. Let me just comment that chunk out. If I comment that out, right, the game's going to break completely, but I'm just wondering if we still see that glitch. Yeah, that's what I've already done, so. But you can see the glitch didn't happen. There was another flash there, though. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. The game actually seemed to work properly without all that code, which is a bit worrying. The crown is still there. Wait, what is this doing then? Maybe the soft sprites are fine. Enemies seem fine. The crown seems fine. The door, maybe the door's broken. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, so there's 2 kind of major glitches at the moment. This is the biggest one. This is quite a glitch that we need to fix. I don't know why that's suddenly happening now when it wasn't before, but we definitely need to fix that. I think, I'm not sure why none of that is working. Headphone switch time, sorry. I'm going to test one of my alerts again. I'm going to do one of the listens. Was that in both ears? Let me just take that one out. Yeah, it was in both ears. Alright, cool. Yeah. Demo. The thing is, demo people will probably be able to sort this out very, very quickly as well. And this is. I think I sit somewhere kind of between a game dev and a demo dev. Okay, because I definitely have some of the demo kind of stuff going on. Okay, so those definitely need to happen, because without those we don't get the sprite warps. And it's the sprite warps that cause the problem. So maybe these should happen before all of this. So maybe these should happen first. Yeah. I haven't done one for a while, actually. Maybe I need to do a new one. Oh. Oh, that worked. That worked, and that didn't seem to glitch at all. Okay. Okay, we still get the glitch at the bottom, but we can figure out what that is later. I think that's fine. I think that's probably one for future stream. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say we could probably get rid of the shake when we jump, but actually I really like that bit. I think that's kind of nice. That definitely kind of reinforces the fact that the guy is incredibly fat as well. So, oh, hang on, I just need to check something. Be right back. There's a bit of a noise. I'm back. Not sure what that was. I think it was. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure what it was, but it's a bit of a weird bang near the door outside. Maybe somebody threw something now. That looks spot on. That actually looks spot on. There wasn't a single glitch at the bottom then. That's good. Okay, that's looking really good. Alright, let's have a look, see what else we can trim off. Okay, let's slow it down a little bit. It's always good to show it at half speed. Alright, so there's some glitching around there which I'd like to solve. There's a flash. There is a flash of black. I want to get rid of that. Because that's no good as well. So let's load that in the debugger and have a look what's going on. It's the Jaguar arriving. Yeah, they just thrown it over the balcony. Yeah. I don't know what it was. It was weird. It's like quite a loud bang. So, oh, I missed that. All right, scroll back. Okay, that's the flash of black that we're seeing. So this is a color change at the wrong point of the screen. It's happening. We saw this before actually, so yeah. Yeah, it could be because the 3G thing, the 5G thing is just over the road from it. So but yeah, the stream's okay, so it's not that. Okay, right. So there's a weird flash to black here, which is happening. It should only be happening down here, so maybe this is happening too soon for some reason, whereas it should be happening down here. Okay, so let's try and figure out why that might be happening. So maybe we shouldn't be setting the next IRQ until we reach the bottom of the screen. So let's try doing that first. So in the transition out, which is this one, where we set the IRQs for the next round, which is this one, let's do a wait here. So let's okay, so first of all, let's wait for D011 to be non-negative. So if it is negative, we'll just jump back to there again. And then we will wait for it to be negative. So while it's positive, we'll jump back again. And that will wait for us to be off the bottom of the screen. So hopefully that will get rid of it. If it doesn't, then we need to look at something else. Well, let's keep an eye out for that black flash again. No, still seeing a black flash. Okay, so question is, why are we seeing that black flash? Oops. So, need to grab the window correctly. Okay. So obviously the clearing of this screen we need to figure out, but okay, pause. Right, and let's go through. So we're looking at the top left corner here, top right corner, sorry, and we're looking for that black flash. Which actually doesn't seem to be happening at the moment in that one. Okay, let's try again. Maybe I didn't save a file or something, but it definitely looked like it was happening on here. Yep, definitely saw it there. Okay. Epilepsy seizure mode engaged. Hey, Pixels Rock. Oh, it's Cosmin. Hey. How you doing, dude? I remember your name now. Okay, so let's start it, pause it. No. Oh, I definitely saw the flash there. Okay, there it is. There we go. Alright, so somewhere around this line we're getting a colour change. Been lurking for the last hour trying to find some games for my user that don't look crap now that I see them in my year 2020 eyes. The trick is not to play too many modern games. I find that, so I've been playing a lot more retro games than I have been playing modern games, and I'm finding it a lot easier to play them. Also, pick some of the games you were really into, because you don't care about the graphics back then. But yeah, CRT screens definitely help. If you wear contacts or glasses, remove them. You can get the blur going again. Okay, so there's definitely something happening around that point. Init game IRQ, and then immediately it goes into it. So let's just skip back through this code. Yeah, see, it's triggering this IRQ, yet we're not actually, we shouldn't be at that point. Maybe I need to acknowledge the interrupt here so it doesn't just immediately fire. That's probably it, actually. Let me try that. Oh god, where is that piece of code? Okay, so this is in init game IRQ. So that's in here and that's here. So I'm just going to try doing that. That might actually be enough to fix it. Might not be, but it might be, so... That seemed to fix it. Let me put it on full speed. Get some more wine on the go. So doing well, getting to the end of the bottle. So I definitely see 2 bottles seems to be about what I can kind of handle on the stream. That's fixed the glitch. That's good. So I think what's happening here, and I'm kind of a little bit shaky on what exactly is going on, but basically we're changing the position that the IRQ is going to fire at. But then what we're not doing is we're not saying if an IRQ is currently in progress, finish it, which is what this does. This is saying acknowledge that the IRQ is completed. So what happens if you don't call this? So if in your every IRQ should have this in. So you'll see this is my main IRQ here. There's one here. This is a second IRQ. There's one here. Now, if you don't put those IRQs in, what happens is when this IRQ gets to the end, it immediately starts again. So I think what's happening is for some reason, when we switch to this new IRQ and then re-enable it again, what's happened is it's saying, oh, I haven't actually done that IRQ yet, so I'm going to fire it now. And it goes off and fires that IRQ wherever it is on screen. And unfortunately, that's kind of way up the screen where it shouldn't be happening. So I think that's about right. Yeah, I am going to commit in a minute. That's a good idea, Warlock. That's looking pretty solid, actually. Let's have another go. I'm quite pleased with this now. Has taken most of the stream, though. I mean, this has taken, what, 4.5 hours to do, so... Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing the black flash. Everything looks fine at the bottom. The game is running fine after it, so... Let's do it one more time. Your area is now in section 60. What does that mean? Does that mean, like, stop and search? What's happening tomorrow? What's happening tomorrow that's he's London like me, so Pixel Drama Club is a lad that I work with, so I don't know, where are you in London? I think you're fairly central as well, aren't you? So retard parade. Oh, it's the Gay Pride Parade, isn't it, tomorrow? That's right. Shit, you're in Covent Garden. God, you're closer than I am. Wow. Okay. God, how do you live there, man? It must be hectic. I mean, it's bad enough here, and I'm on the outskirts of Camden, so... No, I know you didn't mean that. I know you didn't mean that. No, it just dawned on me what it probably was. I think it is the Gay Pride Parade tomorrow. I know you didn't mean that at all. Let me check. I think it is, because I know it's Gay Pride Month at the moment. Pride in London. Trying to find out now when it's on again. I think it is. I think you might be right. I think it is tomorrow, but I don't know. Oh no, it is protest parades. Okay. Oh no, the Gay Pride Parade is July the 6th. Okay. Okay. Well, that's bad on me, because I'm the one that made the link. The incorrect link there, so don't worry, Andy. It's me that made the. It's me that's made the incorrect link there. No, so it looks like it is protest stuff. Shadow 50k, are you making the game with the same limitations of the good old days? Yeah, I mean, this is it's still running on the C64. This is using all the C64 limitations. The only difference is the one limitation I don't have is that I'm using modern assemblers and modern tools to do this. That's looking really good, though. I'm really pleased. There is still a tiny little glitch down here, but it's not enough for me to be bothered by. It certainly feels a lot smoother now. That's really cool. I like that. Scots came to protect the statues. Oh yeah, I saw that they removed. Oh, what was it now? There was a statue. I think they removed some statue before it got removed. Before like it got pulled down. Oh, is this Parallax? Sounds like Parallax. Oh, I've got the wrong window on there. There you go. I need to stop opening the windows in the wrong thing. There you go. Street Hawk, okay. No, it really wouldn't work. Do you know there was I think in the last gay pride there was a lot of people saying why is there a gay pride? Why isn't there a straight pride? And it's like, do you not get it, dude? It's like 365 days a year you get to shove your kind of your heterosexuality down everybody else's throat, whether they like it or not. This is just the one day of the year or 1 month of the year that the LGBTQ whatever plus community get to have their day. You can't start claiming straight pride. It's the same if they started marching in America for white pride as well. I mean, it's just, no, come on. No, straight pride would have steps. Same as pro-white protests. Yeah, but I mean, the rest of the world and quite at least half of America can see exactly what pro-white protests are actually about. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that. Political stuff is not for this stream at all. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good with this actually. I think I'm going to probably call it a night on the code. I move over to game streaming because I'm quite pleased with that. It's in a good point. There's a few little glitches in the transition I want to fix. Commit. Warlock did mention it. Foro's just mentioned it, so let's do that now. So let's stage all that. Commit. So what have we done? We've introduced the sprite bar transitions to the title card. Fixing some, fixing many glitches in the process. That'll do. We've also added new thicken mix sprites for later use. It's looking really good. I'm very pleased with how that has turned out. I was worried that I wouldn't get that done tonight, even though I did say I was going to do compression as well. I think it has turned out a little bit easier than I think it has turned out a little bit easier than I thought. Am I going to dev not using straight console Git? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, what I should be using is the UI in Sublime, but I don't. Why use command line if there's a tool for it? That's what I don't understand. I'm all for Linux, and I'm a big fan of Linux. I'm a big fan of command line and doing stuff in it. And certainly that's kind of, what I'm aiming to kind of do more of in the future. But if there's a fucking UI tool for it, use it. Why not? Why make your life difficult? Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, conflicts and source tree aren't bad either. Conflicts and source tree are okay. I actually do prefer resolving conflicts in GitHub itself, though. It's just a bit easier. Right, okay. I'm going to take a slightly earlier break than normal, and probably a few minutes longer than normal. But when I come back, we'll stick the PC Engine on, and we'll get Parasol Stars going. We'll see if we can complete that bloody game once and for all. So, if you come along for the code tonight, thank you for coming along. If you're not going to stick around for the games, if you are going to stick around for the games, prepare for some really bad playing of Parasol Stars. And I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes, guys. Well, probably about 5 minutes actually. So, be right back.